guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump addressed the nation from the White House on the war with Iran, updating Americans on the conflict and outlining the status of U.S. operations.
In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield.
He said the mission remains ongoing, but indicated the United States expects to conclude its military operations in the region within the next 2 to 3 weeks as officials continue to monitor conditions on the ground. NASA says Artemis II experienced a brief communications issue shortly after launch, along with temporary video feed interruptions from the Orion spacecraft.
The uplink from Capcom to the crew was being heard by the crew, but we cannot hear the responses for a brief period of time.
Administrator Jared Isaacman says the crew reported minor issues with a toilet and a water valve that are being addressed. Officials report the astronauts are safe and in good spirits. The Supreme Court has struck down Colorado's ban on youth-focused LGBTQ conversion therapy in an 8-1 ruling, saying it violated free speech. Democratic State Representative Karen McCormick criticized that decision.
Having a person of trust do harm to you psychologically, thinking that you need to be fixed.
The ruling could impact similar bans in more than 20 states. A record amount of money is likely to be spent on Easter this year.
The National Retail Federation says Americans are expected to spend $24.9 billion on Easter this year. The bulk of the spending will be on candy and food, followed by gifts, decorations, clothing, flowers, and cards. That amounts to nearly $200 per person. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 224 points. The S&P 500 rose 46, and the Nasdaq jumped 250 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
A teacher strike in the Sheridan, Colorado School District has kids out of school for the remainder of the week and no comment from district leadership.
Around 50 teachers picketing in front of Sheridan High School pushing for a new contract. The Sheridan Educators Association says they've been working without one since August. They accuse the district of retaliating against teachers who have voiced concerns of issues in the district.
Environment of fear right now. If you make one single mistake and you happen to disagree with them, you might worry for the stability of your job.
They say teachers have been disciplined and even laid off. They want the contract to be reinstated with the inclusion of bus drivers, custodians, and other staff members. Reporting at Sheridan High School, I'm Keenan Dixon.
A new survey of students and staff at the California State University system shows most agree on the need for verification, training, and oversight of AI-generated content.
San Diego State University researchers conducted the CSU AI survey in fall of 2025. It showed more than half of students, 6 in 10 faculty, and 2/3 of staff report using artificial intelligence tools on a regular basis. Large majority of respondents also say they believe AI will become an essential part of most professions and express concern about AI's impact on job security. Demand for AI training is high, with more than 80% of staff and 70% of faculty calling for formal instruction. The findings come as CSU's 18-month, $17 million agreement with OpenAI ends in July. I'm Sharon Reardon.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
I do believe that is my cue. So here we go. Back in the saddle. Cue the microphone. Let's roll into a Thursday. Or better yet, Friday Eve, shall we say. Here it is. Thursday edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, kind of a dreary night outside the secret bunker, not seeing the full moon. A lot of cloud cover, some off and on shower activity. Going to be a busy night. Weather-wise, going to be a slow night on the highways and byways for a lot of folks, depending on where you are. For some, it'll just be a rainy night. For many, it'll be a stormy night. And for others, how about a snowy or icy night? Yeah, we actually have ice storm warnings. Travel conditions will become nigh near impossible in the heart of Wisconsin as we progress through the overnight hours and through the early afternoon on Thursday. Ice storm warnings kick in about an hour from now through the heart of Wisconsin. Significant icing expected. Some areas will see ice accretions between 1/4 and 1/2 inch. Winds gusting to 35 miles per hour. That means power outages and tree damage are likely. Travel will be hazardous due to icy roads. That will continue into the Thursday morning commute. That's for the likes of Wisconsin Rapids, New London, Stevens Point, Wapaka, Marshfield, Plover, Wisconsin. Other areas will see a bit of sleet mixing in, which that would be the better scenario, not as much ice accretion, so not as many power outages, but still hazardous travel. Other areas from Shawano, Tomahawk, Merrill, Antigo, Kashina, Wausau, Wisconsin. You do have ice storm warnings, total accumulations of ice accretion between 1/4 and 1/2 inch. That's enough to cause damage. Sleet accumulations, 1/2 to maybe 1 inch of sleet accumulation there. So we get things underway. A series of storms tracking from the southern Rockies and the plains to the Great Lakes right on through the upcoming Easter weekend. Along the way, bringing rounds of severe weather, including tornadoes. While a major tornado outbreak not anticipated, we know just a single tornado striking a populated area poses significant risk to lives and property. Those dangers greater when they occur after the sun goes down. There are 2 separate zones of severe weather that we saw this past day, Wednesday. The main zone from Texas to parts of Iowa and Illinois. Then a secondary zone where we saw some surging warm air from the Ohio Valley to the mid-Atlantic coast. Further east, the main threat from storms from southern Indiana, Kentucky, northeast Tennessee, over into parts of New Jersey, Delaware, eastern Maryland, are localized gusty winds. Now, moving through the day ahead, Thursday, it looks like this could be a significant threat of tornadic activity right through portions of northern Illinois, kind of in the bullseye zone. We'll see storms Thursday afternoon and Thursday night affecting a number of major metro areas: Chicago, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Milwaukee, Detroit, the Quad Cities area of Iowa, Illinois. As storms move through those metro areas, could see some big-time travel disruptions. Most common threats is going to be high winds and damaging hail. A few tornadoes could also develop in the most intense storms, especially southeast Iowa to northern Indiana and southwestern Michigan. Looking toward Friday, rolling into the Easter weekend, the risk of severe weather expands further to the southwest as a new storm emerges from the southern Rockies. Storms Friday, most numerous from central Texas into southwest Wisconsin, central Illinois, central Indiana, and west central Ohio. Once again, along with high winds and damaging hail, greatest risk of tornadic activity will extend from central and southeast Iowa into northeastern portions of Oklahoma. As we head into the weekend, as that parent storm moves toward the Great Lakes region Saturday, most of the heavy to severe thunderstorms are going to line up along a trailing cold front. Severe storms producing high winds, hail, localized flash flooding. By that point, will extend along a 1,300-mile swath from Saturday into Saturday night. Storms tend to lose some of the intensity after the sun goes down, but they may still be able to bring gusty winds, torrential downpours, lots of lightning, big-time thunder. By Easter Sunday, that front approaches the Atlantic seaboard, including much of the I-95 corridor from New York City through Washington, D.C. While storms along and ahead of the front will be below severe limits, there will be the risk of some localized wind gusts and maybe some small hail. Due to the recurring nature of the downpours, there's obviously an increasing risk of flash flooding, low-lying areas that drain poorly, small streams at the greatest risk for rapidly rising waters. So looking at the current radar scene, it's a rainy night through much of southern New York. Nothing severe in the mix there, just rain. Rain's extending on over into southern Vermont, New Hampshire. Some areas actually picking up a little bit of snow in the colder temperatures there. A lot of rain, much of the northern half of Pennsylvania. A lot of drenching rains. We've seen several lines of showers and storms move through New Jersey, a few of those back toward the Washington, D.C. area. Spotty shower activity, in and out of showers. Nothing widespread. You see a few through portions of West Virginia, central and southern Ohio, the same with Indiana. Then we see the main well-organized line of showers, torrential rains, and some severe thunderstorms embedded, extending from northern Illinois. Nothing in the Chicago area at this hour, but that's going to change overnight. Heavy rains stretching from northern portions of Missouri down into southeastern Kansas, then cutting right through the heart of Oklahoma, from northeast to southwest, cutting right through central portions of Texas tonight. If you love a rainy night, this will be your kind of night. I'm looking at a few severe thunderstorm warnings, some of these down into central Texas, another cluster of severe thunderstorms, south central Oklahoma. And in some of these areas where they're seeing hours of torrential rain, we have some flash flood warnings from west central portions of Missouri tonight. Flash flood warnings right there in central Oklahoma. That's right there in the Oklahoma City area, as a matter of fact. Flash flood warning. What are they saying? At about 11:30, radar indicating rain. 1 to 2 inches have fallen. Another 1 to 2 inches expected there in the Oklahoma City area. So flash flooding with some of the thunderstorms there. Yeah, how about that? Got the NASA jacket on. I thought I'd be proud to be an American. Proud. The Artemis, the astronauts, which are currently orbiting planet Earth with a successful launch this past evening. There's a lot yet to come with this mission, which will be a total of 10 days. 6:36 p.m. Eastern, the Artemis II mission successfully lifting off from the Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral, marking the first time humans have headed to the moon since Apollo 17, 1972. According to the post-launch press conference this past evening, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman said the crew is safe, they're secure, they're in great spirits. The Orion capsule remains docked to Stage 1, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, currently in what they refer to as high Earth orbit, where they're going to perform checkout tests for the next day. The next major milestone for the mission will be coming Thursday evening, when they light up the engine to propel the crew out of Earth orbit and begin that journey to the moon. Now, this just weeks after the agency announced a major overhaul of the Artemis program, a shift spearheaded by Isaacman since becoming confirmed as administrator back in December. The plan increases the tempo of Artemis launches, cancels planned upgrades of the SLS rocket booster in favor of developing one proven configuration, nixes a long-planned orbital space station around the moon in order to focus on building a $30 billion base on the lunar surface. This Artemis II mission is a crucial stepping stone in realizing those ambitions, something Isaacman said the crew expressed keen awareness of in a conversation earlier this year. This is a risky mission for sure. Any type of new flight test mission going on in this environment is going to be challenging. They knew it was building up to something bigger, and I think it was very helpful for the astronauts in that regard. We'll spell it out for you, what's going to be taking place here over the next couple of days. All the latest, what did the president have to say in our update, 9 o'clock Eastern Time this past evening. It was pretty much an update, of course, on Iran. Industry headlines, plenty to cover there. And, of course, what's on your mind? Dial us up at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Glad to have you join us as we get a brand new day underway from time zone to time zone. What do you say? Rolling into the second day of April. Anybody get fooled this past day? So much for our new product introduction from Hot Shot Secrets. Yeah, they got you. In case you missed it, they introduced the latest Hot Shot Secret product, which is called snake oil. Finally, a snake lubricant, snake skin lubricant, as they called it. Somebody did some really good graphics work. Happy April Fools. All the snake oil folks ought to love that. Order you up a case of Hot Shot Secret snake oil. Meanwhile, all right, the Artemis in high Earth orbit as we speak. The launch has taken place, separation. They are now in the process of positioning for the journey to the moon. As today progresses, day 2, they will perform the translunar injection burn, as they call it. That's firing the main engine that sets the trajectory toward the moon and back. Looking ahead, days 3 and 4, Friday, Saturday, they'll conduct small course correction burns, practice procedures for the lunar flyby. They'll continue scientific activities and system tests. Day 5, they actually enter the moon's gravitational influence. Day 6, they will travel behind the moon, which means loss of radio contact with Earth for a period of time. Ultimately, day 6, we will potentially break the distance record. For a human, the furthest any human's ever been from planet Earth, further than the Apollo 13 crew ventured in 1970. They'll be observing, taking photographs of the moon, the dark side. And maybe they'll capture some what they call Earthrise images coming around as the Earth arises from behind the moon. Day 7 to 10, that's preparing to return to Earth. They will focus on re-entry readiness, continuing experiments, and system monitoring. Day 10, of course, that's going to be one of the most crucial times, just as launch is one of the most dangerous times, re-entry, atmospheric re-entry, where the capsule will encounter extreme heat, as much as 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, where the crew module separates then from Orion. The parachutes will deploy, slowing the descent, splash down ultimately in the Pacific Ocean. And, of course, then the recovery by U.S. ships there. There's a lot to be done moving forward, but the mission at this point is successfully underway. So prayers for the astronauts, Godspeed over the next 10 days. Hope all goes well. Hello, Scrapyard. Waving all 5 at us out of the box. Marianne in the house. Morning, Steve and the overnight family. Have a blessed day, all the listeners. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checks in for the best 5 hours on the radio. Hey, you've cooled off a bit there in Michigan. 31 degrees tonight. Roy is in Northwest Illinois at 37 degrees at this hour. John Ferguson, hello from Winfield, Kansas. This stormy evening. Just finished the last round here. Loaded for a 4 a.m. departure back to Monroe, Ohio for a drop and hook. We're hanging at 65 degrees. Got quite a lightning show going on. Be safe tonight, all the listeners out there. Iron Duck checking in from where are we at tonight? Livingston, Montana. 39 degrees, so only 700 miles left until delivery. Stay safe, keep the rubber side down. Hello, Shorty, I-95 southbound at the South Carolina-Georgia line tonight, 65 degrees. It's Orlando, turnaround number 2. Warehouse got us out really late today, so we're running really late tonight. So that makes for a long day, doesn't it? The Guardian of Chaos. Morning, Steve. Hope all's well. 51 degrees. Rainy here. In the Nutmeg State, we're only going up to the lower 40s for highs today. But thanks for the ride, good sir. God bless all of the overnight crew out there. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Jeffrey, hello there. Southern Florida on board. Good morning from northern Iowa. There's Peter. Raining tonight, 35 degrees at this hour, as we head toward Topeka for tomorrow evening. Eskimo Mom, howdy overnight drive nation. Happy Thirsty Thursday or Friday Eve. 3 days till Resurrection Sunday. 5 days to have your Ohio voter registration updated. 33 days till Cinco de Mayo. I finish it up a drop and hook at one of our Lexington, Kentucky stores. We'll head back to the yard, see what's up for me next. Partly cloudy, 63 degrees in Lexington, while it's in the 40s at this hour up in west central Ohio. Yes, it definitely has cooled off outside the secret bunker here. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 42 degrees, rain at Parks Livestock, Ottumwa, Iowa. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded for a high-speed trip to western Tennessee. Then we'll point it west and put the spurs to it for the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri. Hang out with the hot blonde wife and celebrate Resurrection Sunday. How about a special shout-out to Gilligan from the Corn Patch tonight? Hello, Soma. Check it in. Soma Kaleidoscope. NASA updating. Good news. The toilet aboard the Artemis II is now functional. That's not an issue you want to have. 4 astronauts in a tight quarters for 10 days. That wouldn't bode well. A non-functioning toilet. Big sigh of relief, I'm sure, there. Who we got there? Good morning, Steve and the overnight family. Donut Man, check it in. In the hospital with a foot issue. Getting some IV antibiotics. Hopefully not in here too long. Everybody be safe. Buckeye Boy, check it in. Bellevue, Nebraska. Hang out. We'll get you more details ahead. We've got to get a news break. A service of industrial injection since 1985. Diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump addressed the nation from the White House, updating Americans on the ongoing war with Iran.
In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield.
He says military objectives have largely been achieved and indicated the operation could conclude within the next 2 to 3 weeks, while acknowledging continued tensions and regional instability. The administration says it will continue monitoring developments as the situation evolves. Some minor technical glitches were not enough to stop the Artemis II from launching on a mission around the moon.
Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson cleared the flight after some technical issues popped up in the final hour of the countdown.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go.
Mission managers will decide late Thursday if the crew and their Orion capsule are in shape to press on to the moon. Rory O'Neill at the Kennedy Space Center.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your
Truck
free
downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Who else we got on board? Yeah, we left off Buckeye Boy there. A rainy night, 45 degrees, just a nasty day yesterday. I was able to get my delivery off, set up with some help of a high school friend who lives in the area. He retired as a full bird colonel from the Air Force. And when he got out, he started teaching at a local high school, running the ROTC program there for some 15 years. He'll be retiring at the end of this school year. Fantastic guy. He'll be helping me with my pickup later today. Got to get up early to do my other pickup. Then it's heading to Richmond, Virginia. Got a crew there to help out with that. What a launch this past day of the Artemis rocket. Amazing. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hello to Route 66 Logistics. Check it in. He says, long-time listener. Glad to have you on board. All right, Eskimo Mom sharing a message from our friend Matthew, who says, good evening, Steve Summers. It's your favorite former friend. I learned something new today, and that is it's been 50 years since we've actually had astronauts go to the moon. Yes, that's why this is kind of historic, although they will not land on the moon. I guess I should follow space news a little more. 56 cloudy skies in the best city in Missouri, which is O'Fallon, Missouri. Good afternoon. Larry Hammer down 48 Platkill, New York tonight, round 3 to Schenectady. It's a wet one tonight. Nap time's over. Coffee cup's full. Time to drop the hammer and ride. All right, thank you very much. Hello to the Guardian of Chaos. Referencing the Artemis launch, he's remembering the Apollo mission, the last mission to the moon. That was 17, right back in 1972. He said I was about 10 years old at the time, but I do remember that clearly to this day. Route 66, Michigan City, Indiana for this evening. We'll be loading roofing shingles in the morning. I've been listening to Steve since way back in the early days at 700. Santa Claus, top of the morning, 46 in Portland, Oregon tonight. Tomorrow it's going to be return to Sacramento. All right, safe travels. Hope you're enjoying your journeys out there. Busy, busy travel for you and Mrs. Claus. Hello, Gary Montgomery, Southwest Ohio, with us. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Pappy's on board the midnight hour and get the party started. 52 degrees, Harrison, Ohio, off and on rain tonight. So the president addressed the nation tonight. Didn't really tell us anything new. All I got out of it is the president tell us, hang in there with me. This is going to be over in a couple weeks. Pretty much it, huh? Watch your six, everybody. All right, and yes, thumbs up for NASA. Oh, before I forget, Eskimo Mom says, happy 58th anniversary of his 21st birthday to our friend the blind man. Hope your day is special, and congratulations to Artemis. It was cool to tune into the launch earlier this past day. Hello, Norman checking in from North Central Kansas tonight. Been off duty. Getting better. The big tipper trailer is getting retired. I'm going after our new 53-foot 3-axle trailer. T800 is in for new brakes, tires, and service. Truck and my back should be ready in a few more weeks. All right. Everybody have a good morning there. Meanwhile, winter may have retreated across much of the central and eastern U.S., but parts of the Midwest and areas along the Canadian border in the Northeast are indeed facing rounds of snow and ice here to close out the week. It will be enough to create some travel problems and possible power outages. Part of the same storm breaking down the 2-week-long record heat wave in parts of the western U.S. Tracks toward the Midwest at this point in time as a fresh surge of cold air pushes in southward out of Canada. We've seen snow developing across parts of South Dakota this past day. Wintry precipitation expanding to the east and northeast overnight tonight through Thursday night across the northern Great Lakes, central Ontario, southern Quebec, and northern portions of New England. The most dangerous aspect is going to be ice accumulation, trees, and power lines. Generally, it takes about 1/4 of an inch or more to cause extensive tree damage and widespread power outages, which is a possibility from northern Wisconsin over into northern portions of Maine, including parts of northern Michigan that were hit by multiple feet of lake-effect snow through this past winter. Same zone storm will bring accumulating snow and slippery travel near and just north of the icy zone. We're looking at a moderate to heavy snow forecast from central South Dakota through southwestern, central, and northeast Minnesota, northwestern Wisconsin, and parts of the UP of Michigan. This is going to be the heavy, wet, clinging kind of snow. As another storm moves from the western states into southern Canada over Easter weekend, we'll follow a new zone of snow and ice affecting the northern tier of the central U.S. Somewhat warmer air pushing into areas affected by snow and ice across parts of Ontario, upstate New York, and central Wisconsin. A bit further north, yet another zone of icy conditions will develop from parts of east central Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, and again the UP of Michigan. With this second round, enough ice may accrue on tree limbs to bring a new round of power outages. Some of the areas that see the heaviest snowfall, parts of northern Wyoming, southeastern Montana, on over to north central Ontario. We're talking a general 6 to 12 inches of snow. AccuWeather said some areas could see as much as 19 inches. Road conditions will range from wet to slushy to, in some cases, totally snow-covered. So for parts of the country, old man winter not quite done just yet. 844-844-3388 as we get a new day underway. So, President Trump said U.S. forces will finish the job in Iran soon as the core strategic objectives are nearing completion. offering a full-throated defense of the war this past evening, his first national address since the conflict began more than a month ago. The president got a wide audience and a chance to articulate clear objectives for this war after weeks of kind of changing goals and mixed messages, contradictory messages about whether he's winding things down or ready to escalate operation, even as Iran keeps up their attacks on Israel and Persian Gulf neighbors as airstrikes continue to pound Tehran. Spent much of his time repeating some of the same things he said in recent weeks, while also suggesting the U.S. was close to meeting the major military objectives. His estimated timeline for concluding operations, 2 to 3 weeks. He promised U.S. forces would continue to hit Iran very hard during that time frame. For years, everyone has said Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. He said in the past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield, slammed previous decades of U.S. policy, saying previous presidents made mistakes, which I am correcting. This has been going on for 47 years, should have been handled long before I arrived in office. He also acknowledged the oil prices, the volatile financial markets, but insisted that this is just going to be temporary. Polling, meanwhile, shows some Americans feel the military's gone too far in Iran, even as more troops move into the region for a possible ground offensive. And, of course, all the thinking there, it would be Karg Island. Now, Trump opted not to deliver such an address closer to when the U.S. and Israel first launch attacks, making it more challenging for this latest messaging to break through. Iranian missile fire targeted Dubai in the United Arab Emirates and Israel just before the president took to the podium this past evening. Now, in comments during an Easter lunch this past afternoon, he said of Iran, we could just take their oil, but, I'm not sure the people in our country have the patience to do that, which is unfortunate. Yeah, they want to see it end. If we stayed there, I prefer just take the oil. We could do it easily. I would prefer that, but people in the country sort of say, just win. You're winning so big, so just win, come home, and I'm okay with that. Because we have a lot of oil between Venezuela and our oil. The media was not permitted to watch the president's remarks at the lunch, but the White House uploaded video of the speech online before taking it down. The White House didn't return requests for comments. The Associated Press on the video and why the video was actually taken down. In social media post earlier this past day, the president maintained a tough tone, demanding Iran stop blocking the Strait of Hormuz, or the U.S. will bomb the Islamic Republic back to the Stone Age, as he put it. The president also said the U.S. will not have anything to do with ensuring the security of ships passing through the strait, kind of backtracking from the previous threat to attack Iran's power grid if they didn't open the strait by April the 6th. In the same Easter lunch, the president reiterated some of the complaints about NATO allies for their reluctance to get involved in securing the strait, while suggesting China, Japan, South Korea could also step up to reopen the waterway. Let South Korea, we only have 45,000 soldiers in harm's way over there, right next to a nuclear force. Let South Korea do it, he says, to reopen the strait. Let Japan do it. They get 90% of their oil from the strait. Let China do it. In another social media post, he wrote that Iran's new regime president wanted a ceasefire. It wasn't clear who he was referring to, since they have the same president technically. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign ministry spokesman said that claim was false and baseless. So still kind of getting the conflicting reports. We'll move over to some of our industry headlines coming up. But you kind of like, as Pappy said, it's more or less just hang in there. We're going to win this. It's going to be over in a couple weeks. So that's where we stand. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Some industry updates. What do we see? The Department of Transportation, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, announcing a significant decrease in traffic fatalities last year. This past day, officials reported 36,640 traffic fatalities in 2025. A 6.7% decrease from 2024. The DOT called this the second lowest traffic fatality rate in recorded history for U.S. roadways. In 2024, there were 39,254 lives lost in crashes. When announcing the decrease in fatalities, the DOT pointed to reasons including strengthening partnerships with law enforcement, cracking down on unqualified truckers driving big rigs, and making newer and safer cars more affordable for American families. More affordable? I kind of question that. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said traffic fatalities decreased in 39 states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico last year, even though vehicle miles traveled increased by 29.8 billion miles, which is about 0.9%. Transportation Secretary Duffy said President Trump and I are committed to keeping American families safe on the road. In the past year alone, we've partnered with our incredible law enforcement officers to get dangerous foreign truck drivers off the roads. educate the public about the dangers of distracted driving, drunk driving, driving without a seatbelt. We've also worked with the auto manufacturers to stand up our Freedom Means Affordable Cars initiative to make buying new, safer cars more affordable. At this department, the safety and success of American families drive our work. Again, words from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. April 1, this past day, a new month, and new rules. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance 2026 out-of-service criteria went in effect with more than a dozen changes from last year. This past day, the 2026 North American Standard out-of-service criteria officially went into effect, replacing and superseding the previous versions. Out-of-service criteria are updated each year and used to determine whether drivers or vehicles should be deemed an imminent hazard and removed from the roadway. The federal regulations, together with the CVSA out-of-service criteria, provide the standards that drivers, motor carriers, and law enforcement personnel use to ensure commercial vehicles and drivers operate safe and compliant. Apparently, there were some 17 changes to the CVSA out-of-service criteria that were approved back in October of last year. I'm not going to go through all of them, but there's a few significant here. A note on intrastate restriction was added to Part 1, Item 3, in reference to commercial driver's license endorsements and restrictions. Part 1, Item 8, which is intoxicating beverages. They changed this to be on duty or operate, was amended to state that when the driver is in possession of wine or beer with an alcohol content of 0.5% or more, or any distilled spirit, the driver is out of service. Part 1, Item 10, in regards to driver's record of duty status. A property carrying vehicles were amended regarding false records of duty status and tampering with an electronic logging device to include situations where the inspector is able to determine when the driver was driving or resting. In addition, a new out-of-service condition was added to Part 1, Item 10. Let's see, for the driver or motor carrier that tampers with an electronic logging device, making it impossible to determine what events have occurred. The reference to automatic onboard recording devices was removed from Part 1, Item 10, regarding automatic onboard recording devices from regulations, removing that. Again, there's several other, 17 in total. You can learn more via the CVSA's website if you'd like to delve through all of that. Topic we did briefly discuss this past evening, referencing the interview there at the Mid-America Truck Show. The Wyoming resident Troy Lake, who spent 7 months in prison for tampering with emissions equipment, you'll recall. Right in light of that, last year, Senator Cynthia Lumens introduced the Diesel Truck Liberation Act to prevent individuals from being prosecuted for tampering with emissions equipment. This past day, Representative Mike Collins of Georgia has introduced a House version. American truckers and farmers are the backbone of this nation, but the EPA has treated them like criminals for maintaining their own equipment, he says. Now, Collins runs a trucking company. The Diesel Truck Liberation Act codifies the work of EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin to free farmers and truckers from these radical emission mandates of past administrations and end the bureaucrats' war on the working class. House Resolution 8079 has been introduced, already has 6 co-sponsors. Senator Loomis introduced Senate Bill 3007 back in October. That bill was inspired by the story again of Troy Lake, who was sentenced to prison for removing emission controls from diesel engines. It is 844-844-3388. A new day comes our way. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the United States will not permit Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
The president said Iran's capabilities have been significantly weakened and reiterated that the conflict could wind down within 2 to 3 weeks, while also signaling that military operations, including potential troop deployments, remain under consideration as the situation develops. President Trump also congratulated NASA on a successful launch of the Artemis II lunar mission, calling the Florida liftoff quite something as the spacecraft commences its 10-day flight around the moon and back.
They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts.
He went on to say that rising gas prices are the result of actions by Iran, blaming recent attacks on commercial oil tankers, and assures the effects will ease once the conflict comes to an end. President Trump's attempt to end federal funding for PBS and NPR is being blocked by a federal judge.
In a ruling issued Tuesday, the judge called Trump's executive order unlawful and unenforceable. Trump's executive order said neither entity presents a fair, accurate, or unbiased portrayal of current events to taxpaying citizens. The ruling said Trump's action singles out 2 speakers and on the basis of their speech bars them from federally funded programs. The judge added the First Amendment does not tolerate viewpoint discrimination and retaliation of this type. I'm Michael Kastner.
Accused killer Tyler James Robinson's attorneys are seeking more time to review evidence, saying the ATF could not identify a bullet recovered during Charlie Kirk's autopsy. The FBI is conducting a second analysis, and the defense is requesting 60 days to review digital evidence and complete its case review. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are, or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
President Trump says he's unaware of the alleged cross-dressing photos involving Kristi Noem's husband.
The Daily Mail on Tuesday published photos that appear to show Byron Noem wearing large fake breasts in private messages sent between him and 3 women. Following the report, the former DHS secretary said she and her family were devastated over the accusations and needed privacy at this time. Trump was asked about it and said, "I feel badly for the family if that's the case," but insisted he really didn't know anything about it. Mark Mayfield.
Oregon is joining other states in seeking legal fees after a court ruled in favor of their challenge to the proposed merger between Kroger and Albertsons. State Attorney General Dan Rayfield says Oregon's share would total around $2.25 million following the court's finding that the states prevailed in the case. Nestle is launching an online tracker to help locate over 400,000 stolen Kit Kat bars.
The company turning to the public for help in the ongoing investigation after thieves took about 12 tons of Kit Kat bars from a truck that left an Italian production site last week. Nestle's stolen Kit Kat tracker allows customers to enter an 8-digit batch code to determine if their bar is from that missing shipment. If a bar is not from the stolen batch, the tracker prompts the user to share the tool to expand the search. It's unclear, though, what happens if a user enters a batch code from that stolen lot. I'm Jim Roop.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, just like that, we close out a Wednesday. Time zone to time zone. Here comes a Thursday, second day of April. I trust your week's going well. Headed toward Easter weekend, of course. And it looks like a lot of Easter egg hunts. Maybe moved from outdoors to the indoors for the youngsters out there. In some cases, well, unless you want to have an egg hunt in the snow. A snowy Easter weekend there in parts of the north central and northeast USA. Stormy weather continues off and on for many areas in the eastern half of the country. More on that coming up. As we roll into hour number 2, for those just joining us, hey, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, where it is a rainy night outside the secret bunker at this hour, Southwest Ohio. Let's see who we got checking in from Tomball, Texas. 72 degrees right now. And he says we've got some much-needed rain coming our way this weekend. He is risen. Yes. All right, Kevin, Morning Steve, the overnight crew. There's Bill, Morning Steve, all the listeners, 32 degrees. Feels like 25. Starting to rain. It's going to get messy here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. We're near U.S. Highway 151. I've got 5 hours left on my shift, plus the 10-mile drive home. I'm glad I've got the South Warehouse done. It's up on a hill, plus crossing over 151. Maybe getting slick here pretty soon. Yeah, drivers, be safe out there. Yeah, I mentioned last hour that parts of Wisconsin under ice storm warnings. So I'm looking at the map here from Marshfield to Stevens Point to Wausau, Wisconsin, just right up south of Rhinelander, all in that zone, to the west side of Green Bay. That's where you've got significant ice accretions potential as we continue through Wednesday night into a Thursday morning. Hard to believe April is here. And, well, the clock is ticking. Tax time is upon us. April 15, the deadline on an annual basis, unless you file an extension. But you need to be forewarned about the scams that are taking place. The IRS warns us about a number of tax scams that may impact us this tax season if we're not careful. Break some of that down for you here in the hour ahead. Meanwhile, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Come out wherever you are. Update from Central Command. All right, Central Command Wednesday. Updating the Iran mission, we have struck more than 12,300 targets inside Iran, including dozens of naval vessels as part of the ongoing operation. According to a fact sheet from CENTCOM, the U.S. has damaged or destroyed more than 155 vessels. The military said a wide range of air, naval, and ground systems have been employed in the operation, including strategic bombers, fighter aircraft, drones, missile defense systems. Of course, regional tensions have escalated since this operation began, with Iran retaliating with drone and missile strikes targeting Israel and other Gulf countries that are home to U.S. military assets. A total of 13 U.S. service members have been killed, about 303 others injured since this operation began. Now, as we mentioned, Iran targeting some of the neighboring states there in the Gulf. Looks like the United Arab Emirates may have had enough with Iranian missile attacks on their neighbors. Iran is pressuring other nations to enter the conflict. According to the Wall Street Journal, the UAE is ready to join an international alliance to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, as the president has sought to forge an alliance of NATO members to ensure safe passage for the oil tankers through the strait. NATO has been very cold to that concept, though. But the UAE would like to have a coalition of European and Asian nations use force to open the strait. The Wall Street Journal quoting a UAE official as saying Iran's perspective is that it is willing to bring the global economy down with it in a chokehold on the strait. The UAE also supports, Foreign Ministry said, America's presence in the strait through the control of the islands, including the Abu Musa, used as a base by Iran and also claimed by the UAE. The nation's foreign ministry said there is broad global consensus. Freedom of navigation through the strait has to be preserved. Now, they also said Arab nations have kind of turned on Iran after being attacked. They want their teeth drawn so that the attacks in the past weeks can't happen again. Iran has stepped up missile attacks, 50 by ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones taking place against the UAE on Tuesday. Now, overall, Iran thus far has sent nearly 2,500 missiles at the tiny United Arab Emirates. They're being careful not to step out ahead of events for fear of facing Iran alone. They could step into this war only to face a more aggressive Iran, continue to absorb hits on critical infrastructure and potential investor confidence, and then struggle to rebuild ties with their neighbors, particularly if the President Trump, that is, elects to declare victory before reopening the strait or totally crippling Iran's missile and drone capabilities. With what we've been hearing over the weeks, obviously much of their offensive capabilities in Iran have been decimated, but obviously by the number of missiles continuing to be launched. There's more where that came from. Associated Press report said Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Bahrain have joined with the United Arab Emirates, asking that the pummeling of Iran continue until they are safe from being Iranian attacked. An Iranian regime that launches ballistic missiles at homes, weaponizes global trade, and supports proxies is no longer an acceptable feature of the regional landscape, according to the minister of the United Arab Emirates Foreign Ministry. We want a guarantee this will never happen again. So several reports in regards to some of the neighboring countries actually requesting the U.S. Don't stop now. Don't stop until they're defeated. The word report here, to continue prosecuting the war against Iran, arguing Tehran hasn't been weakened enough by the month-long bombing campaign. After private grumbling at the start of the war that they weren't given adequate advance notice of the U.S.-Israeli attack and complaining that the U.S. had ignored their warnings, that the war would have devastating consequences for the entire region, some of those regional allies are now making the case to the White House that this moment offers a historic opportunity to cripple Tehran's clerical rule once and for all. As I just mentioned, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain have all conveyed in private conversations they do not want this operation to end until there are significant changes in the Iranian leadership or a dramatic shift in their behavior. We're not authorized to comment publicly, these speaking on the condition of anonymity. But that push, as the president kind of vacillates between claiming Iran's decimated leadership is ready to settle the conflict and then threatening to possibly escalate the war if a deal isn't reached soon. All the time, all the while, the president struggling to rally support here at home for a war that's left more than 3,000 dead across the Mideast and, of course, the global economy being impacted. Of course, he sounds increasingly confident that he has the full support of most important Mideast allies, including some that were actually hesitant about the campaign in the lead up to the war. Saudi Arabia is fighting back hard. Qatar is fighting back. The UAE is fighting back. Kuwait, Bahrain is fighting back. They're all fighting back. The Gulf countries host U.S. forces and bases from which the U.S. has been launching strikes on Iran, but of course they have not technically militarily joined the offensive strikes there. Mideast updates, and when will the Strait of Hormuz reopen? Another update on Wall Street. Of course, Wall Street closing well before the president spoke this past evening. Again, alluding to the maybe 2 or 3 weeks remaining before we will be exiting the theater there in Iran. It is 844-844-3388. Thursday comes our way. Friday Eve, rolling toward the weekend. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Looking at a market update, which would have been from Tuesday into Wednesday, at which point both the U.S. and Iran is signaling they may be ready to wrap up the conflict. Of course, no actual deal's been made, but the markets jumped on that news. Major indexes in the U.S. and Europe ending the day in the green. Of course, the difficult news of oil prices now up 60% in the month of March. Yeah, that was the biggest monthly increase since 1988. Yeah, how long will oil prices remain elevated? All right, tariffs have been a flat tire for Mercedes, they tell us, costing the company about $1.2 billion last year. But they may have found a workaround down south. The company's going to spend $4 billion upgrading their Alabama factory by the year 2030. Making things here. If you make it here, that means no tariffs. That, of course, from the very beginning, the goal. President Trump implementing tariffs, trying to convince some of these manufacturers, bring it home, make it here. The goal, they say, for Mercedes is to grow U.S. sales from 303,000 to 400,000 cars a year and cut cost in one of its biggest markets. That, when it comes to the president's agenda, is another feather in the cap. Success. Bringing more jobs home. Oracle earned over $6 billion last quarter, but announced they're cutting 30,000 workers. The company wants to spend more on data centers, says they need more than profits to make it happen. ChatGPT's maker, OpenAI, just raised $122 billion. That's a new record for the company. All right, no Nike. The shoe giant Nike beat earnings estimates for a third straight quarter, but fell after market close as investors are concerned about their turnaround plan. Meanwhile, Warren Buffett said he regrets selling and not buying more of Apple. Social company Snap kind of clicking yesterday after their activist investors suggested some changes that may grow their value. Other market news, the U.S. reported adding 584,000 jobs last year, according to the JOLTS jobs report. That's a flashback. Flashing forward, revised numbers showing only 181,000 were actually added. That makes it kind of the lowest hiring year since the pandemic, according to JOLT. Consumers feeling a little better about the economy right now. According to a recent survey from the Conference Board, their index hit 91.8 month-over-month, beating forecast by nearly 4 points. However, the future maybe looks a bit gloomy. Consumers say they expect the economy is going to get worse in the next 6 months. Fears that inflation may spike again. And as long as the fuel prices, transportation costs remain elevated, that is undoubtedly going to be trickling down through the entire economy. Crypto news. All that hype and hoopla about crypto being such a secure platform, right? We've got this blockchain technology, this new technology. You can't hack it. Hacking crypto, well, may soon become a reality. Google says that quantum computers may be able to crack the blockchain sooner than previously expected. What does that mean? Well, millions of crypto owners and miners could have their information and their coins stolen. Now, they say there is no machine that can do it today, but one research pushed the odds at 1 in 10 that it's possible within the next 5 years. Wow. Meanwhile, the U.S. mines more Bitcoin than any other country, but almost every machine doing the mining was built overseas. Congress just introduced the Mind in America bill to flip that script. What it says is miners in the U.S. can replace and update their hardware at a discount if those materials were made in the U.S. If the bill passes, it would also pave the way for the U.S. To maintain a Bitcoin reserve. And lastly, the housing market is kind of on hold. Economic concerns related to the war in Iran and energy cost closing doors in the housing market. Total mortgage applications fell 10.5% last week. Refinance dropped 15%. The point is spring and summer are usually the hottest months for real estate. Realtors are kind of concerned this freeze may stick around for a while, as homeowners are sitting on a record level of equity and almost none of them are borrowing against it. Data from Cotality found that 97% of home equity went untapped in 2025. Reason is Americans that are locked in on mortgage rates near 3%, when they had those lower rates during the pandemic, they don't want to get a new loan because the rates are going to be higher. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. News, a service of Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the United States will not permit Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
The president said Iran's capabilities have been significantly weakened and reiterated that the conflict could wind down within 2 to 3 weeks. President Trump also congratulated NASA on a successful launch of the Artemis II lunar mission, calling the Florida liftoff quite something as the spacecraft commences its 10-day flight around the moon and back.
They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts.
He went on to say that rising gas prices are the result of actions by Iran, blaming recent attacks on commercial oil tankers, and assures the effects will ease once the conflict comes to an end. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Who we got on board? Looks like Brain Dead checking in. Morning, Steve. Well, 73 degrees under clear skies. Feels like 73 at the West Memphis Airport. All right, time to go do that nasty 4-letter word. And I don't mean the S word, as I had to extend the vacation out by 1 day. I'll be checking in later. All right, looking forward to that. Get an update. Maybe Brain Dead touched last evening on the legislation, the proposal from Tuberville. Talking about this NIL stuff, destroying college sports. All right, hello to the ice cream man. Waiting for my Tyson trailer out here in New Holland, Pennsylvania. 39 degrees. Here this early Thursday. Tax time. All right, the IRS warning all of us about a number of scams that we could be impacted if we're not careful. The so-called Dirty Dozen tax scams for 2026 announced last month by the IRS. Put before the American taxpayers through an initiative called Slam the Scam Day. The IRS chief executive officer said that the program provides a great opportunity to remind everyone, be vigilant, watch out for scams, because the thieves are continuously adjusting the pitches they use to take advantage of the honest taxpayers. For more than 2 decades, the IRS has used the Dirty Dozen list to flag emerging scams that we should watch out for, he says. Among the scams listed was impersonation of the IRS by email or text. Scammers will send emails, direct messages, and texts that look to be like it's from them, often using alarming language or QR codes directing you to fake IRS websites. From there, you're tempted to click links that will open attachments. As a reminder, never click any unsolicited communication claiming to be from the IRS, as it may install malware surreptitiously. These links can install malicious software, ransomware on your personal device, potentially preventing access to your files or your personal information. There were over 600 IRS impersonators on social media during fiscal year 2025 alone, and the agency doesn't want anyone falling into their traps. Another scam is using artificial intelligence for voice impersonation, whether by robocalls, voice mimicry, or spoofed caller ID. The scams continue to evolve, including calls that use computer-generated tactics and spoofed caller ID to look legitimate. Now, they noted that it usually contacts taxpayers by mail first. They never leave urgent or threatening messages. A new scam for this year is abusive, undistributed long-term capital gains claims. The abusive form 2439 allows shareholders of certain investment funds or real estate trust to claim a refundable credit for taxes paid on undistributed capital gains. Identified schemes involve overstated or fabricated Form 2439 claims, including claims tied to organizations that are not legitimate investment funds or real estate trust. We've also seen fake claims falsely linked to real, well-known organizations. Improper claims may result in refund delays, audits, penalties, or enforcement action. Other scams include fake charities, misleading tax advice on social media, spear phishing campaigns, targeting tax professionals. Generally speaking, he says, the IRS recommended taxpayers protect themselves by avoiding unexpected links or attachments, as well as hanging up on suspicious calls. Just don't answer. They've got more advice via their official website, irs.gov, G-O-V. Phil joins us this early Thursday morning. Steve, the overnight crew, traveling through Roanoke, Virginia tonight. Good to have you with us, Phil, once again. Plowboy, what's going on out there?
Oh, not too much, Steve. Rain, more rain. Our temperature is supposed to be warming up. It's still a chilly little rain out here, but we can deal with it. Just a second, I can tell you what it is. I think it's about 50-something, but yeah, 52 in the rain here in Kansas City, Missouri.
A cool night, yeah. A lot of rain out there, Plowboy.
Yeah, but we need it. We need it. We still need it. We don't need no more wildfires starting anywhere and all that stuff. Honey, you are talking about Mercedes over in West Birmingham, Alabama.
Yes.
We're doing the same thing up here at Ford. We're building, I've been told by 2030, 35, nothing will come across the border anywhere. Too bad it can't be sooner.
Wow.
I've been told we're even going to be building engines in this area. And I mean, because, see, we've literally had engines come in that we had to send back across the border because they were not right. Can't say sabotage, but they did not go through the QA department that we went through. And you can see for the lack of recalls that we have had in the last 3 years. No, not since I've been up here, but recall after recall because of stupid crap that we could have caught had it been happening in our facility. So I don't know. It just and we're going to be having a lot more job openings. I hope what I'm hearing is what I'm saying going to come to fruition sooner than later.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope to goodness the price of the vehicles will come down because we ain't going to have all that
emission stuff,
involved.
Right? The tariffs and rolling back some of that emission stuff. That would make a big difference.
Yes, sir. Was any of that talked about at Louisville this year? The emissions, as far as
yes,
I guess no OEMs are you could talk to either. Dad Berman. Huh. Yeah, okay, you just gave me a brain fart. Talk about one of your sponsors for a minute. Since you were talking about the scams and tax seasons. I had a phone call back in 2018. If you owe money, don't ever. It was Miss Becky Steve that had some priors with income tax. She got a threat. And bless her heart, she wasn't thinking clearly with all the damn medicine that they had her on fighting that cancer.
Mm-hmm.
She literally had a threat that came out of an 806 area code, which was Amarillo, Texas. And they told her, we need pay cards. Walmart pay cards, whatever. We need your bill paid now. She didn't owe that damn much. Well, bless her heart, she said, it has to be paid now, Steve. I said, you ain't going to pay it. So I called Mr. Dean Michaels, and he said, Plowboy, he said, I'll break your arm if she pays it. Well, needless to say, he didn't break my arm. But he said, that's wrong. I said, Dean Michaels, he's given her a badge number, clearly address of a name with a sergeant or something for it. He said, yep, they've learned our secrets, what we've been told to get, and now they're fulfilling their scam trying to get money out. I said, Dean, it's not that we don't owe the money. It just I don't feel like it's going in the right. He said, hang up on them. But that's what happened when you deal with good people like Dean Michaels, and that's who I'll always go to from now on. Not just for questions and good answers, but just to get things done the right way. But now, did I hear something about Tommy Tuberville doing something about the NIL?
Yeah, I touched on that last evening. I could pull it back up here, but he's trying. He wants restrictions on this NIL stuff, lessening, to put limits on the amount of times athletes can transfer. It used to be that if you wanted to transfer, you had to take like a whole year off. He wants to go back to some of that stuff.
Good. Okay. There's a lot of money being lost in schools. We'll send you something here in a minute if I get time to shut down. This NIL money is literally costing the universities. I'm talking I sent this one to Eskimo Mom. I sent this one to Brain Dead. If you listen to Brain Dead, you know which one I'm talking. Send it to Steve. It was where literally they were taking money out of the salaries at KU, University of Kansas.
Mm-hmm.
That should have been going to the teachers to pay these players. And, Steve, I'm dead set against this. I will walk away from college football, college basketball, college whatever. I'll run away from it. I do not want teachers that are working for a living to lose their pay. And Steve, I know I bitch and raise hell about teachers and what they teach at times, but they do need decent pay for what they had to put up with in them damn classrooms if they're teaching them the right things in the right way. But one other thing, I've seen something. I forget where I've seen it at. But have you seen where autonomous trucks is going to save the economy billions and billions of dollars? Is it going to go back to the consumer?
Really? Huh.
No. Yeah. You might just tickle that on your computer sometime. This was put out by, I forget what messed up bunch it was. But they said once we go autonomous, your food and your consumer prices will go down. Steve, let's go back a few years. I keep tickling my brain hard enough remember when we were all getting that high dollar fuel surcharge back in the day and making pretty, some of us was making some money during the high price fuel back in the early 2000s. And we were told, oh, we need to go down on our fuel prices. It's costing the consumer. Did you ever see anything in the grocery store or Walmart or Meijer go down? I hadn't. I never have seen it go down yet, but and one quick one that you were talking about. I wish President Trump would really smack on these damn Democrats a little bit harder. He's talking about the oil prices and all that. We wouldn't have those oil prices if we had done what one lady said years ago during John McCain's run for presidency.
Drill, baby,
but
drill.
The Democrats stole it. Damn right, Steve. And I messed with her about being a cheerleader up there, drill, baby, drill, and all this. But Democrats, if we've been drilling, we wouldn't have to worry about the blood pressure of some damn OPEC leader. Now, would we, Steve? If blood pressure goes up, the price of oil goes up. We hit someplace trying to take them out. Well, it should have been already taken out. The oil price goes. No, but other than that, I'll let you go for now.
All right, another day in paradise. Tuberville, in case you missed it last evening, he said the college sports is on a death spiral. The current state of college sports is not sustainable, as you put it. With athletes now able to profit from name, image, likeness, the NIL. The NCAA seen a drastic increase in the number of athletes hitting the portal. Many, of course, doing that in hopes of getting more lucrative offers from other schools. Used to be you had to sit out an entire year if you transferred. With that no longer the case, they're bouncing from one school to the next. Tuberville said this could spell doom for college sports. His statement, the bill I'm putting out is a basic idea. It's going to cause problems with somebody, but at the end of the day, we've got to start somewhere, or we're going to lose it. We're going to lose Olympic sports. We're going to lose women's sports because there's not going to be any money. It's going to be club sports. I've got news, he says. It's coming, y'all. The money's not going to be there. You can forget about Title IX. You can have all the lawsuits you want. If the money's not there, it's not there. Money's going to go to athletes that get on television. So, student athletes, to me, you should have a 5-year window. You start, you got 5 years. I'm sick of these 28, 29-year-olds playing in a young person sport, taking your money. 5 years, no waivers, no excuses. Once you start, you got 5 years. At the end of that 5 years, you go on doing whatever it is you need to do for the rest of your life. It is 844-844-3388. Let's see what Horse Feathers has going on. Did you make it through? Is your shoe still on tight? April Fools, right? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it here. I've got the story, the rest of the story, as they say, that Plowboy was just talking about, where KU, the university, I mean, they may go broke due to all this NIL crap. Yeah, more on that coming up here. First, let's see what's getting a late start to the day, are you? What's happening, Horse Feathers?
Yeah. We're working on it. Hopefully we can get the headset turned on. I was trying to get the headset started here. I'll wait a second. I know what the problem is. Can you give me a minute and come back here?
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we'll pause. Yeah, rolling toward news break anyway. For years, KU Athletics transferred money to the rest of the university. Yeah, now with the projected $15 million deficit this year, fiscal year, the payment's gone. On July 1, NCAA Division I schools could start paying their athletes just like any other university employee. The cost is already causing tension in Kansas, where faculty and staff are fighting to raise their own low pay. The salary pool is capped at $20.5 million. But schools, they say, can distribute it as they see fit. That money is in addition to any name, image, and likeness payments, NIL for short, that athletes may already receive. KCUR discovered that KU Athletics finances are so bad, the new student-athlete payroll is coming out of the university's general fund, made up of tuition money and state tax dollars. Kansas Athletics was $11.9 million in the red last year, projecting a $14.9 million deficit this fiscal year. Tensions over using general funds to cover athlete payments coming to a head Monday night when the Faculty Senate and the University Senate called for a no-confidence vote in the Chancellor, Jug Gurad, and the university leadership. All these concerns from ongoing arrangements regarding the new football stadium and related development, national policies driving unanticipated changes to the pay structure of student athletes and programs. According to the email from senators, Senate leadership said it's going to give the results of the vote to the Kansas Board of Regents, which that was supposed to take place this past day. The faculty and staff also called for an external audit of KU finances. In 2024, 14% of their general fund, about $168 million, came from state tax money. About a quarter came from tuition. State Senator Dinah Sykes, the minority leader and member of the Senate Education Committee, was very clear that pay for athletes should come out of athletics. She was surprised the money was coming from the general fund. All this comes as United Academics of the University of Kansas, the new faculty union, is engaged in fraught negotiations with KU. Last week, the university offered a 1% across-the-board pay hike. After 2 years of negotiating, KU said that was their last best offer. If the sides can't reach a deal by Thursday, the university said they will declare an impasse. In a December budget document, the university said they want to achieve market pay for all employees by fiscal year 2029. The university does have money to put towards pay for the members of our union, faculty, and academic staff, according to KCUR. After a union meeting, she didn't begrudge KU athletes potentially making millions of dollars a year, while KU faculty are among the lowest paid of any major research university in the country, she said. One study ranked KU 113th out of 120 universities. Wow. News a service of Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump addressed the nation from the White House on the war with Iran, updating Americans on the conflict and outlining the status of U.S. operations.
In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield.
He said the mission remains ongoing, but indicated the United States expects to conclude its military operations in the region within the next 2 to 3 weeks as officials continue to monitor conditions on the ground. NASA says Artemis II experienced a brief communications issue shortly after launch, along with temporary video feed interruptions from the Orion spacecraft.
The uplink from Capcom to the crew was being heard by the crew, but we cannot hear the responses for a brief period of time.
Administrator Jared Isaacman says the crew reported minor issues with a toilet and a water valve that are being addressed. Officials report the astronauts are safe and in good spirits. The Supreme Court has struck down Colorado's ban on youth-focused LGBTQ conversion therapy in an 8-1 ruling, saying it violated free speech. Democratic State Representative Karen McCormick criticized that decision.
Having a person of trust do harm to you psychologically, thinking that you need to be fixed.
The ruling could impact similar bans in more than 20 states. A record amount of money is likely to be spent on Easter this year.
The National Retail Federation says Americans are expected to spend $24.9 billion on Easter this year. The bulk of the spending will be on candy and food, followed by gifts, decorations, clothing, flowers, and cards. That amounts to nearly $200 per person. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 224 points. The S&P 500 rose 46, and the Nasdaq jumped 250 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A teacher strike in the Sheridan, Colorado School District has kids out of school for the remainder of the week and no comment from district leadership.
Around 50 teachers picketing in front of Sheridan High School pushing for a new contract. The Sheridan Educators Association says they've been working without one since August. They accuse the district of retaliating against teachers who have voiced concerns of issues in the district.
Environment of fear right now. If you make one single mistake and you happen to disagree with them, you might worry for the stability of your job.
They say teachers have been disciplined and even laid off. They want the contract to be reinstated with the inclusion of bus drivers, custodians, and other staff members. Reporting at Sheridan High School, I'm Keenan Dixon.
A new survey of students and staff at the California State University system shows most agree on the need for verification, training, and oversight of AI-generated content.
San Diego State University researchers conducted the CSU AI survey in fall of 2025. It showed more than half of students, 6 in 10 faculty, and 2/3 of staff report using artificial intelligence tools on a regular basis. A large majority of respondents also say they believe AI will become an essential part of most professions and express concern about AI's impact on job security. Demand for AI training is high, with more than 80% of staff and 70% of faculty calling for formal instruction. The findings come as CSU's 18-month, $17 million agreement with OpenAI ends in July. I'm Sharon Reardon.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
As a brand new day dawns from time zone to time zone, now we turn the page on the calendar. A Thursday coming on, weekend on the horizon now. And boy, is it ever a rainy night through the heart of the country. Rain stretching from portions of eastern Colorado. Widespread rains then stretching from central Texas. Some of that rain will be encroaching on the Dallas area over the next hour. Rain's moving into Chicago. So yes, that line extending from Chicago to Dallas. Progressing ever so slowly off to the east, northern side of that system. Yes, the snow is falling in parts of South Dakota, central and southern Minnesota tonight. Ice. That nasty ice scenario with ice storm warnings now in effect through central portions of Wisconsin. Going to be a mess traveling there. Scattered showers through portions of Indiana, Ohio. A lot of rain. Northern Pennsylvania, southern New York. Rain pushing into the Boston area over the next hour or so. Do you love a rainy night? All right, take two. Welcome back, Horse Feathers.
All right, there, Your Honor. Thanks for giving me a few minutes there. Yeah, I just got to the big truck and hadn't gotten everything shut off from the pickup yet, getting out, and I'd actually it had an aftermarket radio in it at one time that was giving me kind of fits, so I bought another $50 aftermarket radio to put in it, and it has Bluetooth in it, but like everything else, and I don't know, I haven't found any decent vehicle radio that has a microphone that's worth 2 cents to try to use with the Bluetooth. It doesn't, you can't hear anything on it, so I end up having to turn the Bluetooth off on the phone so that when you make a phone call that it doesn't try to get stolen by the radio, because even if you select where you want it to, the phone and the radio are smarter than you, and it wants to change it back to where it thinks it should be because, it's what it wants to do. It's not what you wanted it to do. So in order to do that, then I get in the big truck and I go to use the headset. And of course, the Bluetooth's turned off on the phone, so you can't, nothing connect. And then you got to go search the other thing to turn it back on. And I don't know. It's just an ordeal, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so we're all back together and everything. I heard you say something about the Artemis thing there. I actually was kind of scrolling through Facebook, and I forget whether it was a YouTube thing or a Facebook notification popped up there. And so with like 20 minutes left to launch there, I got to turn it on and watch the countdown, and somewhere in there they added, another 10 minutes to the sequence. Yeah. And things looked like they went off without a hitch. Looked like they did pretty good. So I haven't seen anything since, I don't know, since the president was on last night. So has there been anything going on with them? Because they're going to, circle the Earth twice, I believe, before they go to slingshot the moon?
They are in high Earth orbit right now. And sometime this evening, Thursday evening, they're going to fire up the main engine, and they're going to slingshot toward the moon.
Yeah, okay. Well, that'll be interesting to see how all that works out. It sounds like they've had a couple little technical problems, but it doesn't sound like NASA or Houston's too worried about what's going on to make them do anything different than what they're planning on doing.
I think
that's all good to hear.
At one point, I think the toilet wouldn't flush.
Oh boy!
Yeah, right.
Get the plunger out. Call Roto-Rooter. Doesn't Roto-Rooter claim to go anywhere?
Yeah.
Just ask. So did you get your Hot Shot secret order in there for your snake oil?
How about that? Yes. Yeah, they got us, didn't they?
Yeah, working on it there. So you kind of had it figured out. I had a couple other fire department stuff there. They somebody had put up a picture of a big, what would have been like a snorkel truck, but instead of having 2 sections, it had like 8 sections to it that said Toronto had gotten so they could reach like their Sky Needle and stuff like that they got up there and be able to reach into the stratosphere. And it's like, yeah. But the cool thing about it was axles from front to back. It was all supposed to be steerable axles. So this straight ladder truck type thing had like 12 or 13 axles underneath it there. It made it look pretty cool, but it made it look really big. It looked like it had to have like 18 or 20 foot high bridges to go underneath. And you know anything about Toronto, it's just a little bit better than Chicago, but they got a lot of underpasses and stuff and everything up there to do. So anyways, there's that. And so you're talking about the weather there all the way from Chicago back down to Dallas. That's kind of following that US 66 route, isn't it, Your Honor? Isn't that pretty much all US 66 down that way, and then it makes the turn to head to what? Does it end in San Francisco, I believe? Somewhere out that way. I believe in California, the 66 ends out there. But anyway, so I guess everybody out there on that US 66, and of course, don't forget this year's the 100th anniversary of US 66. So there's a lot of things going on that road. All the little towns there, all the way down to Shamrock, Texas, which was, of course, the home of. We know who that's the home of, don't we, Your Honor? Shamrock, Texas.
Who is it?
The one legendary Bill Mack.
Oh.
So that's where the Midnight Cowboy was from, was Shamrock, Texas. And, I haven't figured this out because isn't Willie Nelson's from Shamrock, Texas, too, or right there in that area. Now, I can say that there's things about Willie Nelson I like, and there's things that just kind of get me. How is it that he, who's had problems with the IRS, had problems with the people that didn't like the, can we say the emissions that came from his bus?
Right.
I mean, but when you open the door and the people that didn't like the emissions that came out of his bus, of course, Toby Keith sang a song about being with Willie and that, but and what happens on Willie's bus and that. But how is it that he supports the liberal people? I mean, does Farm Aid supposed to be helping the farmers and the little guys and all that? How is it that he's on the side that's opposite of us most of the time when it comes to, political issues? I haven't figured that one out
yet. If I had to venture a guess, I would suspect the wacky tobaccos influenced him over the years. You think?
Apparently, falling down, bumped his head, but I don't know. So, there's good and bad, but for his political views, you just don't stand with them. That I don't know. So, anyways, I don't know how we got all off onto that tangent, but I'm actually doing better than I thought, Your Honor, because usually I ask you because your recording thing there goes for 15 seconds if you just let it go, because I actually was using a different headset. I couldn't figure out how to make it stop where I needed to, and trying to figure out how to fill up 15 seconds of space to just leave you a funny message or something. You do this stuff for, I don't know, probably at least 3.5 or 4 hours of talking that you get to put in the 5 hour period. How do you come up with enough stuff to say in that amount of time when I can barely come up with enough stuff to fill 15 seconds on your recording? Give you the big cookie for that award, Your Honor, because I'll tell you what, it's a challenge sometimes for you, and I know. Anyways, I did come across a couple pictures. I don't know. I sent you a link to the cab over Peterbilt that got wrecked leaving the match show.
I saw that. Yeah. So was that like on the interstate there when he was, or was it in the parking lot? Where'd that happen?
I still have not found out. I do not know if it was, at the exhibition center itself or if it was out on the highway, where the incident happened. It looked like it must have happened at a decent rate of speed because the truck was damaged all the way on the left front corner, all the way from the wheel, all the way up to the sun visor. So, of course, being a cab over, the first thing to the accident is your front feet, is your feet down there and setting down there at the pedals. And so it looked like it might have got tangled up with an SUV that, flipped up or gotten high or somehow, but damaged the whole left front corner of the cab.
All the way to the top. All the way to the top of the cab, yeah.
Yep. Got the sun visor, broke the one small window glass because the Peterbilt that 362 had a full piece glass across the front for 3 windshield wipers. But at the corners, because the main glass was flat, at the corners, it actually has a curved piece of glass on each side that comes back to the A-post, to where your door is. And so it broke that window, got the mirror and everything. But but I believe that truck was one of the award winners at MATS. And from what I understand, from what I figured out there, the owner's first name is Evan, and I haven't been able to find more out about it, but still kind of digging into it a little bit. But as I said last night, if somebody knows where there is one of these 362 cab over Peterbilts, it's a day, no sleeper, just the seats in the back window. They're definitely interested in it, and Four States is definitely involved with this, helping this guy build this truck to begin with, and so they definitely be able to get anybody in touch to get together if somebody knows where there is one of these. I don't know what else we got going there, Your Honor. So I guess with the new Hot Shot Secret product there, I'm expecting a new banner, Your Honor. I think I need a new banner to go with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, the Hot Shot Secret Make-A-Wish banner. I think we need one of the that was an impressive picture they made up for that product. So
the artwork was immaculate.
I do think I need a banner to go with that there. So anyways, other than that, I guess like Plowboy said, we got some rain showers going through here. Been going off and on since the middle of the night last night. Apparently had enough temperature yesterday. It was somewhere in the 80s, I guess. So we had the unsettled atmosphere, thunder and lightning to go with it. Haven't heard anything worse than that, but it gets good to have some moisture put down, and hopefully with the moisture going down out there, you said there was some in eastern Colorado. Hopefully that continues up the whole Front Range there, all the way up to Montana, because last I heard, they're still in a pretty good deficit of rain out there. Really dry. Got a drought situation going on. Need any moisture they can get. So, other than that, I guess unless we come up with something, we're doing a 4:00 load to do one and done, and hopefully done by noontime if we're lucky.
Very good. All right. Well, stay dry, stay safe, and have a good night. 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Back at it. A brand new day coming our way. Friday Eve. As we head toward the Easter weekend. And Braid Dead kicks off his work week. How was vacation first?
Too long. No, wait a minute. I'm sorry. It was just long enough. I got a bunch of stuff done around the house with the help of Dingy One and trying to wrap up a few little projects, but that's going to come in the next few days. So it was great it was nice to have a little vacation. We wish we could have went up there, but like I said, her boss was being you can fill in the blank about what happened and all of that. But yeah, I was supposed to come out last night and run, but I had a doctor appointment, 3 doctor appointments back to back yesterday morning, so I couldn't make my run. So I pushed it out an extra day. I got stuff done. Watched too much sports, vegged out. Hey, baseball season kicked off. I was sitting there watching one of the games, and I tell you what, our poor friend Rick Friend, I tell you what, he sat there and was so happy at one of the games. I can't remember which day it was. He said that the Reds scored 3 runs. I said, yeah, they got 3 runs because of the bad shrimp they had on the buffet earlier. That's the only reason they got the 3 runs. So, it is what it is. But now you were talking last night about the whole, and here earlier too, about the whole NIL money, and Tuberville's hit the nail square on the head. Nobody's paying attention. Nobody is even looking at this, and it's going to really cause a really big rift because you have all these donors that will probably be more than likely taking their money away. Saban said this before, too. The reason why he got out of coaching was because of the NIL money. Legendary coach Bill Self at Kansas is retiring, I imagine, because of all of this. It's ungodly what's going on. I remember back in the day you played because you wanted the college degree, and you wanted to better educate yourself. And I saw somewhere an interview, I think it's Phil Robertson, who got 2 degrees by playing college sports. But he graduated, though. And he knew that he couldn't play football for very long. And that's what a lot of these kids are not understanding. I saw one of the retired NFL players. They asked him, how much is your paycheck? He says, well, take, for example, I signed a 10-year, $100 million deal, okay? Out of that $10 million, out of $100 million, I'm getting $10 million a year. 58% of that goes in taxes. 4% of that goes to the agency fees. Plus, you have to pay taxes on every state you play in and every city you play in. So you're not making a full $10 million. You're probably only making about $2 or $3 million by the time everything gets taken out. And that's something that these dumb kids have got to understand is those taxes. You can't, no matter how hard you try, and ask Willie Nelson this, you cannot escape the tax man. They're going to come get theirs. And I'm thinking that's the reason why that they're staying in school is because they don't have to pay all the taxes when they go from city to city and state to state and all that other stuff. Like, remember back in the Super Bowl, they paid what, $176 million for playing in the Super Bowl. Remember all that?
Right.
Garbage. So I think it's coming. It's coming. It's just going to take about a bit of time. But no, I got a question for Pappy here, and I don't know if he's listening tonight or not. Maybe he can help me out. Now, Tiger Woods, we discussed him. Y'all discussed him earlier in the week. Tiger Woods blew a 0.00 on the blood alcohol level, but was charged with a DUI. Now, is this because of the prescription meds that was in his pocket? I'm not pocket, but
right.
in his possession?
Driving under the influence, so that could be anything, marijuana, any sort of drugs. Yeah, that's influence.
But from what I've read, they did not get any kind of urine sample or blood sample.
Correct.
So how could you still charge him, though? I mean, yeah, possession of the narcotics, is one thing, but Tiger Woods, though, I mean, he's still living in the past, and he ruined his own career. I mean, I think they said he had 7 back surgeries in the last 4 years or something like that.
He's been dealing with pain, and obviously he's been on pain meds for years now. And that's what I kind of mentioned last evening. I think, just much like Rush Limbaugh got addicted to hydrocodone, it's not difficult to do.
Yeah. Well, we did have a little bit of racing action over the weekend. Can you believe that, buddy? We had a little bit of NASCAR talk now. You ready for this?
Well, let's tell you what. We're about a minute from news break, so let's take care of that first. Of course, we had a Mid-America truck show over the weekend as well. So we kind of lost track of what's going on around the world. Obviously, the world did not come to a stop. But, yeah, I missed out. Were they? Was it Martinsville? Oh, we'll get the details coming up. There was more. Yeah, Tiger Woods, brain dead just mentioned. He's going to be seeking help. A judge granting Tiger approval this past day to seek comprehensive inpatient treatment out of the country for the sake of his privacy after his DUI arrest last Friday. I'll give you more on that coming up here. So, yeah, actually he's, I guess, come to the realization, needs some help. News a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection turbochargers, complete engine solutions, the knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the United States will not permit Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
The president said Iran's capabilities have been significantly weakened and reiterated that the conflict could wind down within 2 to 3 weeks. President Trump also congratulated NASA on a successful launch of the Artemis II lunar mission, calling the Florida liftoff quite something as the spacecraft commences its 10-day flight around the moon and back.
They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts.
He went on to say that rising gas prices are the result of actions by Iran, blaming recent attacks on commercial oil tankers, and assures the effects will ease once the conflict comes to an end. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Got a Thursday coming our way, brand new day. Second day of April coming our way already. Yes, how time flies when you're having fun. All right, Brain Dead, little what's going on in the NASCAR world?
Yeah. Got to get a little caught up. Yeah, we had a little race come up this past weekend over at Martinsville. Yeah, it was a good race. Chevrolet finally broke the win column for the year, but it's a short track. Anybody can win at a short track. Anybody can. I mean, even you, Steve, were pedaling around in that fire chicken you used to have.
Right.
But anyway, Chase Elliott won the Martinsville race. Justin Allgaier won the O'Reilly's race. Now, this is his third straight win and the fourth race this year that he's won that. Now, as we're leaving Martinsville right now, we're heading into the Easter break, and then we'll be coming back to Bristol. I love Bristol, and I got a little piece on that too. I know Brambler's probably tuning up the volume button there, but no change in first and second with Reddick and Blaney. Hamlin snuck up to third after Bubba Wallace had a bad day. He got dumped by Carson Hocevar. Chase Elliott and William Byron started off is in the top 5. Now, if the chase was starting today, Suarez would be in and McDowell would be out by 9 points. Now, I tell you what, these people, though, you give them credit. I don't know if you've seen the video or not, but Bubba Wallace is a little bit ticked off at Carson Hocevar. Did you see this?
I have not, no. Surprise, surprise.
Well, it's Martinsville, of course. Beating and banging, short track racing. Hey, one of the best things in the world. He was going into a turn. Carson Hocevar come up behind him and, shall we say, got him loose up into the wall and took out a whole bunch of the field. And Bubba Wallace had a bad day. And they're equating Carson Hocevar to the more younger version of Dale Earnhardt Sr. Time will tell. It's too young. This kid's only like 19, 20, if that. I mean, he's too young to have that kind of moniker already on him. So, I don't know. It is kind of a Dale Senior run. But speaking of the Food City 500 coming up, now they announced who the Grand Marshal is. Now, Steve, does the name Glenn Jacobs ring a bell?
Not really.
Knox County Mayor and former WWE Hall of Famer Kane will be the Grand Marshal. So I know that our good friend Rambler will be paying attention to that race. Also, too, not to be unknown at Martinsville, Jesse Love's crew chief had a little discussion with Ray Caruth after that race on Saturday. I know they weren't swapping chocolate chip cookie recipes. Now, Steve, the conspiracy theorists, they're going ape crazy this year. And we're not even, 2 months into the racing so far this year?
Right.
Get your tinfoil hat out.
Oh, boy.
I think they found a new victim. Now, Cletus McFarland will start his the O'Reilly Series, first ever O'Reilly Series race at Rockingham, which I think is a good fit for him, is to learn with the smaller tracks and work your way up. I think he did that right. I mean, the ARCA Series, though, you're stepping up there. Really doesn't matter. But now the currently conspiracy theorists are working overtime, like I'm saying. They're thinking that Kyle Busch is out at RCR this year, and judging by the radio traffic that I heard over the race, yeah, he's kind of disgusted. He's ready to walk away. And RCR is not giving him bad equipment. They're not giving him bad equipment. They're giving him really good equipment. It's just maybe it's time to just, exit stage left. Maybe it's time to, put Brexton up in there. I mean, maybe it's me. But the current thinking is that Kyle Busch is going to be out at RCR and will take over for Daniel Suarez over at Spire. Now, remember, Daniel Suarez only signs a 1-year contract. And the theory, though, is Daniel Suarez will go to RCR for next year, and McFarland will move up to Cup for RCR in 2028.
The rumor mill.
I know. Don't you love silly season? and we're only, like I said, we're only 2 months into the season.
Yeah,
just about. So Daniel, I remember you remember hearing about Daniel Dye before you went on to your to the truck show. Remember all that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was reinstated by NASCAR. Now, Colleague Racing did not pick him up. They're not going to bring him back. Corey LaJoie is going to take that race and take that seat for the year. And these guys here, they've got to understand that you cannot run your mouth in the public spotlight and not expect some sort of backlash. Remember what happened with Kyle Larson when he made those comments on the iRacing back in 2020, and he got lucky. But see, though, he was in Cup. He was one of the hot demand drivers. He just took a year and a half off and came back. in the Truck Series, you're fighting with everybody. It's like the AAA of the baseball world to be recognized and be noticed. Now, also, too, Denny Hamlin did say in his podcast last week that 2311 is closing in on finalizing a contract extension with said Tyler Reddick. I said blank there for a minute. Also, too, I sent you this. Did you see that I sent you this? Now, I can vouch for Dingbat. Now, Eskimo Mom's a different story. Thieves stole 12 tons of Kit Kat bars.
Right.
Or 400,000 Kit Kat bars were in transit from Italy to Poland. Now, I think we need to have not a come to Jesus. What's that called? A conversation to see if she can cough up some evidence. You know what I'm saying there, Steve?
There you go.
But
who's got the Kit Kats? Who's got the Kit Kats?
I know it ain't me, because I know one thing though. Dingbat probably wouldn't have any left. But real quick, I got some other stuff for later on. Did you see the NASCAR Hall of Fame nominees have been released? Did you see this?
I have not.
Up for modern ballot this year is Greg Biffle, of course, Neil Bonnet, and Kevin Harvick, and Jeff Burton. And that's just to name a few. They have a list. You can go to that NASCAR.com, whatever, you can find it. The Pioneer ballot has Harry Hyde and Banjo Matthews and Ray Fox. And the Landmark Award, Joseph Mattioli, the founder of Pocono, and Lisa France. But you go to the website, you vote, you see all the names. I'm not going to go over all of the names there. But still, though, I mean, they still got some good names. And somebody I saw in an interview made a point that they're focusing too much on the drivers that win and not the ones that have been consistently and running and have good performances race in and race out, Steve. But I got some other stuff I'll save for tomorrow, Steve. Have a good morning.
All right, back at it. Got to go make some money. Back to work you go. Kind of a maybe answer to the question in regards to what do we want on the moon? Philip brought this up the other night. Just happened this past day with all the focus on the Artemis mission. Yeah, a lot of discussion. The space race is on. We're racing to beat China back to the moon. Several saying, former NASA astronaut over the past day said, we will beat China in the new space race. What is it about? In the silent vacuum of space, 5 autonomous robots churn through the lunar surface, digging up a loose layer of rock and dust, leaving rows of uniform tracks in their wake, stopping only to recharge at a central solar power station. The car-sized machines process the lunar dirt internally to extract a type of helium so rare on Earth that a palm-sized container is estimated to be worth millions. Once processed, the precious resource is loaded into a launcher, ejected back to Earth. The vision is born of science fiction, but there are several companies already raising money to mine Earth's neighbor for resources in a race to be first to benefit from the lunar economy. My view is it's not a question of if, it is a matter of when, says Rob Meyerson, who founded a Seattle-based company, Interloon, one of several of the 21st century lunar prospectors. Meyerson worked on the space shuttle program, but left NASA to help Jeff Bezos turn his space company, Blue Origin, from a small experiment into a major aerospace player. His next ambition is roughly 385,000 kilometers away, and he's raised $18 million from investors thus far. The moon has resources that are in extremely short supply. Meyerson is focused on helium-3, a gas made in the sun only present in trace amounts on Earth, deposited on the moon's surface over billions of years by the solar wind. It's used in medical imaging, but it has qualities that could become vital in quantum computers and theoretically nuclear fusion. While the demand for helium-3 is growing, Meyerson says the available supply is extremely limited. It is a product that is priced high enough to actually warrant going to space and bringing it back to Earth. Definitely one of the resources that the race is on. Very, very valuable. 844-844-3388. Philip, coming up in 2.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
All right, how about a shout out to Double R? It's been a while since we've heard from Double R, but according to my little Facebook feed, Double R has a birthday today. Happy birthday, Double R. Meanwhile, on down to the Sunshine State, where you woke up to the sound of the rumble of Artemis 2.
No, I actually wasn't. I watched the launch on television, and I got up to put my shoes on so I could go outside and see it. My wife and my daughter got out before I did. They actually saw it for about 2 seconds. All I saw was basically the contrail from it. That was about it because we had clouds. But it was a good launch. It was a good launch, good steady launch. I mean, they did a good thing. It went good. I mean, had a few little quirk things happen at the beginning there on the, when I got home, they were working on the abort system on top of the rocket that protects the capsule. So if the rocket's sitting at the pad and they have an anomaly or something going on, they can pull a switch or flip a switch, and they can eject the whole capsule off the top of the rocket. They have a abort system that does that. That's that long tube-looking thing that's on top of it. They were having some issues with the batteries with that, and they finally figured that out. They had one battery that was getting a little bit hot, so they didn't want to do it, but they figured it out. And then I just heard about the toilet issue, and that happens. I mean, it's a brand new deal, so they're going to have to figure out how to flush the toilet the right way, I guess. What do you think, buddy?
Right. I said earlier that If they couldn't have got that operational, that could have been a pretty difficult scenario. 4 people closely confined, no operational toilet. Look out!
Yeah, and it's not like your conventional porta pot up there. I mean, it's got its own little thing that sucks and puts it in a special place where nothing comes back out. Because when you're in gravity, it's a little bit different than when you're up there than you are down here with things like to float around figuratively and literally. So you got to be very conscientious about where things go, and in the spaceship there, you don't want any of that stuff floating around inside that ship. So yeah, they'll figure it out. I actually years ago working at Disney here, I worked with a guy who was part of the deal with the space shuttle, and his job was to take care of the toilet package, and it's all one unit. When they bring it back, it all gets taken out and it gets resurfaced and then gets put back into the spacecraft. But talking about helium-3. Helium-3 is something they're looking at, Steve. What is the biggest problem that you have when you have a computer, Steve? It's heat, right?
Okay.
So, like, when your computer's on there, is heat. And this helium-3 actually can cool the processors down when you're using a lot of processing there. You use a helium-3 to kind of use it as the refrigerant to cool it down, and it's also used in some of the process to make certain chips and different components. So it's a viable interest that we're looking at, and it makes you wonder why would we want to go to Mars? What made them pick Mars of all places to go to? You know, there's something up there on Mars that they know that's there. It could be a precious metal. You know, I mean, they're talking about the space race. You know, think about the moon. Think about all the precious metals that are on the moon that we could use to make things down here. You know, I mean, it's a lot of that. So, I mean, that's what a lot of it is there's things up there that we haven't even tapped into what space has got. I mean, they're talking about building satellites now that'll catch an asteroid so they can harvest the asteroid for the minerals that are in it. They're not worried about it blowing up Earth like, you know, Armageddon and those movies and stuff. They're more worried about, hey, dude, we can get the minerals out of this asteroid and do things with it. Think about that lady that had the asteroid fall through her house the other day. I forget where it was at, but it was the asteroid was about the size of your hand. You know, it's just a rock. But that one rock could have $1 million to $2 million worth of, you know, minerals in it, depending on what it is, and that we can't get down here. You know, and that's the big thing. You know, I mean, think how much a moon rock is worth, an actual moon rock, that if we went to the moon and got a rock and brought it back,
right,
how much that rock would actually be worth. You know, and that's the big picture. But I'm glad they're doing good. I mean, I checked on them a while ago. They were sleeping. As far as I know, they're sleeping right now. They've had a long day, and they're going to get ready to go around. I mean, you know, they did a docking maneuver earlier, Steve. The back part of the upper stage broke off when they pulled it off, and then they went back over and they docked. They were practicing their docking maneuvers already. So it ain't just about going around the Earth a few times and then going out to the moon and coming back. They're also doing other things up there besides concentrating on, you know, going to the moon. And there's a lot of other experiments and things that are going to happen on this flight other than just going to the moon and back. So that's the fun part for them. The hard part is going to be all this other stuff that they're going to be working on as far as science experiments. So, but it was a good day. It was a good launch. They did better than I thought they were going to do. I thought we were going to be waiting another week or two for it. So, but they proved me wrong. I'm glad they did. And
so
kudos to them. And
how crucial is sometime they said Thursday evening? That's when they fire up the engine to I guess do the slingshot using the Earth to slingshot them toward the moon. That's going to be a crucial moment, won't it?
absolutely. They're going to turn that mama up, so to speak, and put the hammer down and go. I mean, they're going to be hauling some booty up there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's going to be hauling butt. Yeah, they're going to put that engine up, light it up, and it's going to burn for a while. I mean, they're going to use the gravity of the Earth to slingshot them to the moon, and they will do vice versa when they come back to the Earth. They will go around the moon, and then they will use the field around the moon to slingshot it back to Earth. That's how it works.
Yeah.
And they're way up there. I mean, you think about it, they're going 250,000 miles away from Earth. That's what the farthest point they're going to be doing is. 250,000 miles. Matter of fact, if you look on NASA's site, where you can look at it right now, they're actually showing how far they are from Earth. And a while ago when I looked at it, I think they were like 31,000 miles away from Earth.
Wow.
Even in the time frame that we've been looking at right now. That's what they mean by when you hear the term upper Earth atmosphere. I mean, it's like they're way out there. You know what I mean? So it's going to be interesting. Keep an eye on it, guys. I mean, it's something cool. I mean, it's the same thing I did when I was a kid and watched the first space shuttle launch with Crippen and Young. You know, I was like, all right, cool. Where are they at? Where are they doing? I wish I'd had a computer back then, but back then we had to call a 1-800 number and listen to them talking on the radio, that kind of thing. You know, that's all we had back then. You know, but it's cool. It's something that I think everybody needs to pay attention to, Steve, because it is like, you know, like, Steve, do you remember where you were at when 9/11 happened?
Absolutely.
Do you remember where you remember where you...
Everybody remembers. And actually, for the Artemis II launch, I was in bed. But a news break. It's 844-844-3388 as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the United States will not permit Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
The president said Iran's capabilities have been significantly weakened and reiterated that the conflict could wind down within 2 to 3 weeks, while also signaling that military operations, including potential troop deployments, remain under consideration as the situation develops. President Trump also congratulated NASA on a successful launch of the Artemis II lunar mission, calling the Florida liftoff quite something as the spacecraft commences its 10-day flight around the moon and back.
They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those four unbelievable astronauts.
He went on to say that rising gas prices are the result of actions by Iran, blaming recent attacks on commercial oil tankers, and assures the effects will ease once the conflict comes to an end. President Trump's attempt to end federal funding for PBS and NPR is being blocked by a federal judge.
In a ruling issued Tuesday, the judge called Trump's executive order unlawful and unenforceable. Trump's executive order said neither entity presents a fair, accurate, or unbiased portrayal of current events to tax-paying citizens. The ruling said Trump's action singles out two speakers and on the basis of their speech bars them from federally funded programs. The judge added the First Amendment does not tolerate viewpoint discrimination and retaliation of this type. I'm Michael Kastner.
Accused killer Tyler James Robinson's attorneys are seeking more time to review evidence, saying the ATF could not identify a bullet recovered during Charlie Kirk's autopsy. The FBI is conducting a second analysis, and the defense is requesting 60 days to review digital evidence and complete its case review. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
President Trump says he's unaware of the alleged cross-dressing photos involving Kristi Noem's husband.
The Daily Mail on Tuesday published photos that appear to show Byron Noem wearing large fake breasts in private messages sent between him and three women. Following the report, the former DHS secretary said she and her family were devastated over the accusations and needed privacy at this time. Trump was asked about it and said, "I feel badly for the family if that's the case," but insisted he really didn't know anything about it. Mark Mayfield.
Oregon is joining other states in seeking legal fees after a court ruled in favor of their challenge to the proposed merger between Kroger and Albertsons. State Attorney General Dan Rayfield says Oregon's share would total around $2.25 million following the court's finding that the states prevailed in the case. Nestle is launching an online tracker to help locate over 400,000 stolen Kit Kat bars.
The company turning to the public for help in the ongoing investigation after thieves took about 12 tons of Kit Kat bars from a truck that left an Italian production site last week. Nestle's stolen Kit Kat tracker allows customers to enter an 8-digit batch code to determine if their bar is from that missing shipment. If a bar is not from the stolen batch, the tracker prompts the user to share the tool to expand the search. It's unclear, though, what happens if a user enters a batch code from that stolen lot. I'm Jim Roop.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here we go. Crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Thursday. Looking forward to the weekend, Easter weekend at that. We kind of left off there, back to Philip. Do you remember? Yes, I remember where I was on that date, September 11th.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this launch was for a lot of people, you know, nowadays. I mean, you know, it's like it's one of those things that, you know, where were you at when this happened? I want to touch on Tiger just for a moment here because I heard Chris talking about it a little bit earlier there, my buddy Chris. So anyway, the thing that concerns me about Tiger is how many accidents has this guy had with a Florida driver's license?
I think this is
He's had
4.
a bunch, right?
I think this was 4.
Okay, so even the one that happened out in California, that was on his driver's license, right? His Florida driver's license. And I'm just using this as an example. I'm not beating up on Tiger. This is just what happens whenever you drive under the influence of anything, be it alcohol, marijuana, whatever. In the state of Florida, when you get to that point, and I'm wondering how many court dates he has with this deal, because I know there's probably going to be a court date where they're going to look at to see if he's a habitual offender. And if he gets tagged under that, Steve, he probably won't have a license, because in certain cases, you become a habitual offender, you don't have no license for the rest of your life. That does happen, and it can happen in the state of Florida. I know Pappy would have to explain it a little bit more to you guys, but when you mess up a bunch of times, they get tired of the stupidness, if you know what I mean. And I think that's a possibility that the state of Florida might be going to look at for Tiger. Now, what he got charged with was a misdemeanor on this deal. He did the breathalyzer, but he refused to do the blood alcohol and the blood testing, and that took him to an automatic DUI arrest, if that makes sense. That's what happened with him. Once you refuse it, it's like just even like you even did it legitimately.
It's kind of like an admission. You're guilty. Yeah. You're
guilty until you're proven innocent, so to speak. So he's going to have to contend with that. And I know it's going to cost him a lot of money. It is what it is. But I got to say kudos to the people in Martin County, because they treated him just like they treat any one of us, Steve. Just like if it had been you or me or anybody else that had been under that circumstance, they treated him the same, which was very fairly. And I kudos to the sheriff's department down there. They did what they had to do. And that's what you expect, isn't it, Steve, when you pay your taxes?
Right.
You expect law enforcement to treat everybody the same. And I'm glad they did it that way. You know, I'm not beating up on Tiger. Tiger admitted he had a problem. He's pulled away from golf. So he was supposed to play. Think about this. He's supposed to play at Augusta. He's not going to play at Augusta now. He's pulling away from golf. He's actually going into a rehab.
Right.
You know, so he's trying to get himself straight. We can't beat him up because he's trying to get himself right. He realizes he's got a problem. He's got to take care of that problem. He's no more than the average guy out here. Like right now, there's a guy over here running a paving machine not too far from where I'm at. He's no different from that guy running that paving machine. You know what I mean?
So, kudos to them, and I wanted to touch on that. Now, something that our buddy earlier mentioned about NASCAR, and I don't think he's realized this, and this is something that's going to happen with NASCAR now. Cletus is a great thing for NASCAR. Don't get me wrong. I've met Cletus. Cletus is a true racer. He's going to be a good driver. Do I think he's going to be in Cup in 28? I don't think so. And that's just my personal opinion. I think he's got a lot of work to do on his driving in the O'Reilly series first, and then possibly go up that level. Now, Cletus has got a buddy that hangs out with him that a lot of people aren't paying attention to. His name's Squirrel, okay? And Squirrel's racing ARCA. Now, I don't know if he's doing this just because of hanging out with Cletus or what it is, but, it's going to bring a lot of these influencers that are on the internet. They're going to be coming into stuff now because of this kind of stuff with Cletus, and Squirrel is one of those guys. He's an influencer. He is the guy that kind of drives Cletus. If you ever watch any of Cletus's stuff, he's the guy in the background that's saying, yeah, man, he's his partner in crime, so to speak. He's kind of like Robin is with Batman, and we're going to see how that plays out. Now, will Squirrel go further? I hope he does, but if he doesn't, it doesn't. It is what it is. Mm-hmm. But Cletus, I don't know. Cup in 28, I don't know. I got my doubts about that. He's got a lot of work to do. I mean, if you looked at that truck race and he had that accident in that truck race, he just didn't know what he was doing. You could just tell it was totally inexperience, and he's got a lot to build on. Now, kudos to Richard Childress and Ty Dillon, because Ty's the one that's backing Cletus at RCR, and Ty's the one that's helping him. I mean, if you look at all the footage of him testing the O'Reilly car that he's been shooting, Ty Dillon is right there beside him, telling him, hey, you're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong, yada, yada, telling him where his strengths and his failures are, so I like that. Now, I wish Ty would do a little bit better than he's doing in the Cup Series, but, it is what it is. And Cletus, if he gets it off the ground, he gets it off the ground. If he doesn't, he's still going to have his internet thing going on, so kudos to him. So, but that's all I got today, bud. I appreciate everybody out there. Y'all have a good day. Thanks for letting me
right.
know.
You got good to hear from you. As we mentioned, Tiger going into treatment out of country. His attorney argued that based on the defendant's treating physician, the out-of-country treatment facility recommendation is based on his complex clinical presentation and the urgent need for a level of care that can't safely or effectively be done within the United States, as his privacy has been repeatedly compromised. His lawyer claimed that not being afforded the ability to get treatment out of the country could lead to setbacks and an inability to fully engage in treatment. The county court judge signed off on the motion shortly after it was filed. According to the police report, as we know, Woods was found with a couple of hydrocodone pills in that rollover accident, Jupiter Island, Florida, on Friday. Officers say he was sweating profusely, was lethargic and slow with his movements at times. He's pleaded not guilty to DUI, but said in a statement Tuesday night, stepping away to seek treatment and focus on his health. This is necessary in order for me to prioritize my well-being and work toward lasting recovery. So this was his fourth incident involving a vehicle and second DUI arrest. In his first public comments on the crash, he issued a written statement Tuesday night stating he understood the seriousness of the situation that he's in, that he will be stepping away, as he put it, for a period of time to get treatment. I'm committed to taking the time needed to return in a healthier, stronger, more focused place, both personally and professionally. A 15-time major champion. All right, speaking of Pappy, what's happening, Pappy? Good morning.
What's going on, Steve? Couple things here. Talk about Tiger real quick, and talk about Trump's speech, and then I want to talk about the good old moon launch today, and then I'll get off of here. Tiger, yeah. I think you kind of explained it. If we arrest somebody for OVI, operating in motor vehicle while under the influence, doesn't say you're drunk, it says you're under the influence of something, right? So the very first charge in Ohio, it's 4911.19.A1.A, which means that you are charging this person. It's like giving somebody a speeding ticket. The officer says that you were under the influence, okay? That you shouldn't have been driving. All these other charges come after that. In other words, if you submit to a breath test, right, and you blow over the per se limit, that's another charge. You literally put the breath test results on the citation. If you blow over a 169, what we call a high tier, right, which is like double the limit, right? That's a separate charge too, right? You wouldn't charge him with blowing under. You would or blowing between the 80 and the 169. That's a separate charge. If they blow over, you don't charge them between the 80 and the 169. You charge them with the high tier. So that's 2 tickets, right? If you put, and this has happened, see, many times, you put somebody on a breath test, and when you read the ALS, which is when you go in and you sign for your driver's license, pretty much in any state, I'm specifically talking about Ohio because that's what I can talk about. When you sign for your driver's license, they always ask you, put your signature right there, and a lot of it, you're signing that you have insurance, right? You don't have to provide proof of insurance, but you're telling the BMV, yeah, I got insurance. Well, Steve, if you keep on reading, right, them couple paragraphs, it says that if you are arrested by a police officer for suspicion of driving under the influence, that you will take a breath test or any chemical test, right, that the officer wants you to take. Not just one, any chemical test. What they're referring to is a breath test, a urine test, and a blood test. Those are the 3 tests that we would ask somebody to do. And we've seen this before, where you put them on the breath test and they blow zeros, right? Which happened with Tiger Woods. So now you're like, all right, he ain't drunk. He ain't been drinking alcohol or an alcoholic beverage, let's say. He's on something else. So you can ask him to submit to a blood test. Is usually, if you're involved in a crash and you go to the hospital, we'll ask to do a blood test. If they refuse that, or if they refuse the breath test, or if they're not injured and they're at the police station, you ask them to do a urine test, and they refuse all 3 or 1, that's a separate charge too.
Wow.
It's a refusal, because you're not allowed to refuse. Why? Because when you signed for your driver's license, you agreed that you would take a test. So back in the old days, when I first started, we didn't have that refusal test, right? So what people would do is they would just refuse to take the test. So if the officers don't have a test result, it's hard to get a conviction. But that goes back to that very first charge I told you about, that an officer would have to get on the stand and testify, right? The officer's observations, his testimony that this person was under the influence of some sort of substance, and convince the jury that he shouldn't have been driving. And it's all based on the standardized field sobriety tests, right? You see on all these videos. If somebody refuses them, what do? Sometimes the officers' hands are tied, Steve. If you got somebody that's obviously impaired, and you say, hey, usually what I would do is I would say, listen, smell alcohol on you, and ask you to perform a couple tests so I know whether you're okay to drive on down the road or not. If they refuse to submit to the test, you got to make a decision. Am I going to cut him loose?
Mm-hmm.
Or am I going to arrest him? Normally, you're going to get arrested. Normally. You'll see it. I'm refusing everything, officer. Okay, turn around. Put your hands behind your back. Makes it a little harder. So the attorneys, right, got hip to this. So that's when famous attorney here locally was Steve Adams. He was actually killed in a motorcycle accident. I was on a motorcycle and a drunk driver hits this guy and killed him.
Wow. Yeah, wasn't he the stopped by the man, call the man?
I don't know if he did them cheap little. Yeah, he might have had a commercial put out like that. But he was high dollar. But man, Steve, back in the day, you got an OVI, he could probably get you out of it. He would attack some of the things, and Mothers Against Drunk Driving supported him, and he was able to get a lot of people off. As a result of a lot of what he's done, that's when they came up with the refusal, right?
Mm-hmm.
The penalty's worse for refusing than it is actually for your first-time OVI. So, and a lot of times, Steve, people, I refuse. I'm not taking that. I don't care. Dude, I really don't care whether you blow or not. I don't care. So, kind of a long-winded answer to a short question that Brain Dad had. I hope that kind of clarifies things a little bit. But if he refuses everything, Steve, it's the officer's officer. How was he acting at the scene? Did he do any field sobriety tests? If not, how was he acting? You weren't able to observe him prior to the crash, so you don't know how he was driving. So what evidence, officer, do you have my client was impaired? Well, number one, he crashed his car. It's laying on its side when we got there, right? That's not normal driving. So what caused the crash? Does his influence have anything to do with it? Maybe. You got to prove that to a jury.
So obviously, his attorney told him plead not guilty, which he did.
I mean, everybody pleads not guilty.
Okay,
so that's. Listen, they'll work this out in court, man. It's Steve for over 33 years, right? And I think I don't know how many OVIs I arrested. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. but I can tell you I've probably testified in 4 or 5 cases. Then they have a motion to suppress every charge, criminal charge, right? The prosecutor, the defense attorneys are going to have a hearing in front of a judge. And it's called a motion to suppress, right? They want to suppress any evidence that the prosecutors have to present their case. So if you lose that evidence, it makes it harder to get a guilty verdict. It's called a motion to suppress, and you'll hear this, and even in the Charlie Kirk's assassination, his attorneys are going to try to get some evidence dismissed out of court in this motion to suppress hearing, and that brings up point I wanted to talk about that I forgot was this bullet that's coming up in the news. So in an OVI, Steve, I'll give you, man, not to take up all your time. There's a lot of time here, but so when you're arrested in Ohio, at least in Hamilton County, there's a questionnaire we ask. We're required to ask these questions. You don't have to answer them, but we're required to ask them. And most people will answer them. And a lot of it's designed to either help or hurt this person, right? Have you seen a doctor recently? Weird questions, but a lot of it's basic. What county are you in right now? Were you driving a vehicle today? Were you involved in a crash? Were you drinking an alcohol? A lot of people say, yeah, I was driving. Yep, sure was involved in a crash. Were you drinking? Nope, not a drop. Right? Mm-hmm. So on this questionnaire, you got them admitting that they were driving. Well, I had this one case where I come upon this. They put a bolo out on this vehicle because he was all over the roadway. That's be on the lookout for possible OVI. And we found him off the road on the railroad tracks. He was driving a Jeep. Steve, I'm going back 20 years at least. As we roll up to him, get out of the cars and start walking up, he's all 4 tires on this Jeep are shredded. He's stuck on the railroad track. He's in the driver's seat, just, and just the tires are shredded. He's stuck. All 4 tires are down. He ain't going nowhere, and he's on a railroad track. And he was hammered. And during the motion to suppress, Mr. Adams had me on the stand.
Mm-hmm. Well, and we got to pause there. I apologize. We got to get a newsbreaker service of industrial injection since 1985. Diesel owners have counted on us. Engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. IndustrialInjection.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the United States will not permit Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
The president said Iran's capabilities have been significantly weakened and reiterated that the conflict could wind down within 2 to 3 weeks. President Trump also congratulated NASA on a successful launch of the Artemis II lunar mission, calling the Florida liftoff quite something as the spacecraft commences its 10-day flight around the moon and back.
They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts.
He went on to say that rising gas prices are the result of actions by Iran, blaming recent attacks on commercial oil tankers, and assures the effects will ease once the conflict comes to an end. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right. Where did we leave off there? You got back with more? As we roll on to the late night, early morning hours. All right, Pappy, thanks for hanging in there.
Thanks for holding me over, Steve. Real quick, this question here, right? It's post-Miranda. So you have to Mirandize this person as soon as you arrest him. So he's got me on the stand, and first off the bat, he's trying to say his client wasn't operating a motor vehicle because it wasn't operable. The tires were flat. He was putting it in reverse and drive like you're stuck in a snowbank trying to free it off. And he's saying, but also the vehicle wasn't operable. He pulled out a copy of my tow slip right here, disabled. All 4 tires flat. Then he started going on, trying to tell me how intoxicated his client was. And I'm like, man, what? He's trying to get me to say how drunk his client was. I'm in the back of my head. I'm like, man, what's he up to?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Also, you testified. It's in your report here that when you got him out of the car, my client almost fell on his face. You had to keep him from following. As you walked him over to the patrol vehicle, he was staggered. He could hardly walk. He was obviously intoxicated. Isn't that correct, officer? And I'm thinking, well, I didn't know for sure until I put him through the field sobriety test, which he couldn't even do. But yes, he was intoxicated. So he looks at the judge and he says, Your Honor, I asked the court to reject all the questions because in the questionnaire, Steve, he admitted that he was driving a motor vehicle, right? And he admitted that he was drinking. So he asked the judge to have that questionnaire thrown out. Motion to dismiss evidence. And the judge agreed with him. Why? On the basis that his client was too intoxicated to understand his Miranda rights.
Oh, boy.
Therefore, every question should be thrown out. And they were. It's just like if you show up, Steve, if you show up to sign off, you're buying a new home, right? And you walk in to sign in papers where you're going to pay many $1 million back on a $300,000 house, let's say, and you're drunk, they won't let you sign them papers, Steve. They will reschedule that. So, yeah, these OVIs, man, sometimes the way I look at it, Steve, is for me personally, right, you got to be it's obvious to me that this person shouldn't have been driving for me to arrest you. Obvious. Right? I was in the Navy, Steve. I know what a drunk sailor looks like.
Right.
You can tell. Listen, you don't have to do any of these tests, especially when you've been a cop for so long. You don't even have to be a cop, Steve. Right? You know, especially if you're sober, right, and you're at a bar, you can walk around, just engage somebody in a conversation for a minute or two, and you can tell if they're drunk or not.
Right.
Am I correct or not? Right. So, all right, let's bypass the Trump speech. I'm going on way too long. He didn't really say anything, but hang in there. This is almost over. Helium-3. And, Steve, I missed the first 10 seconds of the launch, dag on it. Brought me back to July the 22nd, 1969, when my dad grabbed me and my sister out of bed, took us in their bedroom, and watched the Apollo 11 launch on this little black and white, 13-inch TV. So I missed the first 10 seconds. I didn't see it clear the tower or anything like that. But, man, I'm pumped, Steve. I'm a big believer in the space thing. Helium-3, Steve, we have been talking about this on your show for years.
Correct.
And the biggest thing to try to understand here is that there's no atmosphere on the moon. All these sun rays that are coming through and pounding the sand, if you even want to call it that, the moon dust, is being pounded, right, by solar radiation, the sun. Now you get sunburnt on a nice sunny day when you're not used to the sun out there. And that's because we have an atmosphere to help protect us from that.
That's why we have so little of the helium-3.
Yes. Well, the moon doesn't have an atmosphere, so it gets direct bombardment. So they figured out in the Apollo missions, when they brought back the moon rocks, that people were saying we never went there, that there's helium-3 in the moon dust, and how valuable that is if they can extract that from the dust. And like you said, just a softball size amount of this, the energy that they can produce out of it is crazy. The problem is, how do you get it back here? All the Apollo missions, Steve, they were limited what they can bring back in weight, right? Because the propulsion system to get them out of moon, off the moon, and back, took up to the module circling the moon, required energy, required fuel. The more weight you have, the more energy you need to propel this thing. Why do we got 18-wheelers, Steve? Why can't my little Chevy Impala, why can't I hook a trailer up full of 80,000 pounds and just pull it behind my little Chevy? Doesn't have the power. So that's the problem, is getting that stuff back here. They are talking about, and they're going to do it, unless something really crazy happens here. They're talking about mining the moon.
Yes.
You know, and I guess, Steve, if you got a little city on the moon, I don't know. If you're mining the moon, you got people living there, right? You're able to bring supplies in. And I guess they figured out a way where, you know, they can put, Steve, like one dump truck of this stuff, right? If they can get that on a rocket and blast it off of the moon and successfully get it back here on Earth, game over. No more fighting wars over oil, right? Game changer. I saw many years ago, there's an article, I want to say it was somebody from China that wrote the article. It says, whoever controls helium-3 controls the world.
The world, yep.
You know, so
that's why that's why the space race.
Yes, sir. Real quick about this bullet. I don't know if you heard the news talk about the communist.
The attorney trying to say the bullet doesn't match the gun used to shoot Charlie Kirk, right?
Listen to what you just said, Steve. Motion to suppress. Motion to suppress evidence. The bullet doesn't match the gun. Do they know that, Steve? Is that true?
Is that possible? Is it possible?
Anything's possible, I guess. That means there's probably two shooters, but there's no evidence to that. None. No evidence. Here's the deal, Steve. And we talked about this during the assassination. And I know a lot of your listeners aren't gun people, right? And you really have to be more than just a gun person. Just because you like certain firearms don't mean you understand how interior and exterior ballistics works. I've been reloading ammunition, Steve, for over 40 years. So when you go varmint hunting, right, it's a varmint hunting round, even like your 223s, 22 250s, they're high-velocity 22 rounds, right? Hornady makes what they call a VMAX bullet. You can buy bullets, but what these things have is a very thin, jacketed core. That the copper around that bullet, right, is very thin. So when you fire that bullet at a high velocity and it impacts something, that bullet just fragments, right? Back in the 80s, when I used to get Guns and Ammo magazine, when these guys were shooting these prairie dogs, and one of the authors was like, man, that prairie dog, when you hit him with these types of bullets, it looked like somebody just dropped an M80 down this prairie dog because they would just explode. So, and we talked about this on the show. Now, this dude shot the caliber of the rifle that he had was a 30-06. That means it's a 30 caliber round, right? The reason there's many 30 caliber rounds. You got a 300 Winchester Magnum, right? 300 Winchester Short Magnum, a 30-30 lever action, right? A 308 rifle, a 30-06 rifle. These are all 30 calibers. They all shoot the exact same diameter bullet. However, the cartridges that contain these bullets are different, are shaped different. Several reasons for that is some can hold more powder than others. I'll use a 308 and a 30-06. They're almost identical, right? The 30-06 case length, the case that holds the bullet, is longer than the 308. So you can put more powder in there, get a higher velocity.
Mm-hmm.
Now, normally a 30-06 is hunting for deer hunting, right? It's used for elk hunting, deer hunting, middle to large game hunting in Northern America for years. It's one of the best rounds there's been. Now, they're coming out with new stuff, obviously, but the reason they call it a 30-06 is that the United States military adopted that round for their rifles in 1906. Back in them days, they used to, back in 1906, when I was in World War I. That's why it's called the 30-06. Now, you take that 30-06, Steve, that shoots a high-velocity 30 caliber round, and you put a thin-jacketed bullet in it. I don't know, we still don't know. We talked about this. With these hand loads this dude was shooting, he got this rifle from his grandpa. Was his grandpa a reloader? What type of bullet was in that casing? If it was your normal hunting bullet, your like 150 grain soft point that's not designed to fragment when it hits because it won't penetrate a deer, right? That's the wrong type of bullet that you want for deer hunting. That'll just blast a big hole in the side of the deer, and the deer will just take off and keep on going. You want to penetrate that deer. So when most people think, and they talked about this, I've never seen a 30-06, what do you mean there was no exit wound?
Right.
So the conspiracy theories started to go crazy and go wild. And I think we talked about it first, that bullet fragmented. We had some testimony, not testimony, it wasn't like they were on a stand, but we had some statements from some witnesses, the security team, when the doctor came out to talk to them that, hey, man, he's 2-7, man, he's done. And the doctor went on to tell them, I forget his name, he's done a few interviews, how when they took the x-rays, what that bullet did and how it fragmented, to me and to a lot of other people a lot smarter than me when it comes to this stuff, it was like, well, hold on, man. We got to wait for the evidence to come out. In other words, back in the day, Steve, in a homicide investigation, you shoot somebody, right, with a handgun, a rifle for the most part, and there's a slug in this person, and in the autopsy they pull that bullet out, right? They look at the lands and grooves markings on that bullet. And what I mean by that is there's rifling in that barrel that causes that bullet to spin, just like throwing a football. You want that bullet to spin. It's more accurate than the old blackened ball. You just shoot out a ball that's not spinning. So you can match the lands and grooves if you got the murder weapon, and usually there's always some sort of microscopic marks in that barrel that were made when that barrel was made. And you get under a microscope and you look at that bullet and you look at the rifling, you can have a ballistic expert say that bullet matches the rifling from that weapon. 100%. When you got a bullet that fragments and it's in pieces, that changes the game. You can't do that. So I think that's why the FBI, and I don't even know it was the FBI, it might have been the locals, Steve. They're the ones charging him, right? FBI is assisting. It's Utah police, the Utah state, that is conducting this trial. Somebody might have ran their mouth and said, we're not able to determine if it came from that rifle or not because it's in pieces.
Fragmented.
It's fragmented. But the communist mainstream media is not saying that. What's the headline? They can't confirm that that bullet came from his rifle. They're not explaining themselves. Now, what can they do, Steve? How many other bullets were in that rifle? Remember? That rifle holds 5 rounds. Remember, he wrote on them. Took a marker and wrote on all the casings. So, and it doesn't prove to be a fact, but Steve, if they pull the other rounds, casing with the bullet still in them, not been fired, and do an analysis on each one of the bullets, not the casing, the bullet, and get a analysis on the copper, the material inside the bullet, whether it's lead or whatever, can they match that to some of the bullet fragments that was inside Charlie Kirk's body? They absolutely can. Right? Absolutely. This bullet fragment that came out of Charlie Kirk matches it similar in design and nature to the other bullets found inside that weapon. Unfired rounds. Now, is it possible he's got different types of bullets when he ran into Grandpa's? Wherever he got these bullets from, we don't know. You know, was Grandpa reloaded? Did he grab 1 out of this box, 2 out of this box, or what? You know, are they all the same or not? We don't know. Might come out in trial. But this is what the defense attorney is going to do.
And that wouldn't have been the kind of thing that he would have thought of in advance to try to get around. He would have never thought of trying to mix up bullets like that.
No, he's, they got pictures of him as a kid shooting, but his parents and some of his family members said, yeah, we target shoot a lot, but he's not a gun nut, right? So, that's a good question. Where did these rounds come from that he loaded the gun with? Was the gun already loaded when he took it? Did he even take it out prior and test fire this thing or shoot it? There was zero in the scope or anything. I don't know.
Well, if he wrote the notes on the bullets, he had to load it with those bullets.
Yes, you would think. Absolutely. But where I get the point is where did he get the bullets? Did he buy them from a store? If he did, Steve, and there's a record of this somehow, we just need to know what kind of bullets they are. See, here's what I'm going to tell you. You can pay attention, and when the trial starts, and these people are just trying to taint this trial, Steve. They're trying to taint this trial to get him to be found not guilty. And what does that do? Conspiracies run. Steve, here's my opinion, strictly my opinion, right? That it is the reluctant to use this because I don't want you to get in trouble, but this is my theory. We know for a fact that he was involved in a relationship with a transgender. A lot of this violence around this country lately has been done by the transgender community. It's just a fact. And
Charlie Kirk was very outspoken about there are only two genders.
Absolutely. Transgender community did not like Charlie Kirk.
100%. Hey, we're up against the news break, top of the hour, so we got to roll ahead here. Final hour coming up, though. Interesting morning. News of service of industrial injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection turbochargers, complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Operation Epic Fury has been very successful.
While addressing the nation Wednesday night, Trump said Iran has been decimated militarily and economically.
We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders.
He said the U.S. will accomplish shortly all its military objectives. Trump said that once the conflict ends, the Strait of Hormuz will open naturally. Speaking to other nations dealing with fuel shortages, he advised them to either buy oil from the U.S. or go to the Strait and take it themselves. I'm Mark Mayfield.
New York University is temporarily closing its campus in Abu Dhabi following Iran saying U.S. universities in the Middle East were legitimate targets.
Classes were already moved fully online last month, with other U.S. universities in the region also temporarily closing or moving to remote schedules. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps also threatened on Tuesday to strike 18 U.S. tech companies operating in the Middle East. In New York, I'm Andrew Whitman.
Nancy Pelosi is warning Republicans could try and interfere with election technology and create a false count in the midterms. Her remarks come as she points to past concerns about election integrity, including a 2017 tweet saying the 2016 election was hijacked, as well as pushing back on claims the 2020 election was compromised. Election officials stress the U.S. voting systems remain secure and safeguarded. A flight attendant who was thrown across the tarmac when the Air Canada plane she was on crashed into an airport vehicle at LaGuardia has a long recovery ahead.
Doctors are telling the family members of Solange Tremblay that she'll have to learn to walk again. Tremblay's in the hospital recovering from 2 shattered legs, a fractured spine, and other injuries after she was thrown more than 300 feet as the plane crashed on March 22nd. First responders found her still strapped to her seat. A GoFundMe page shows more than $235,000 has been raised for her recovery. In New York, I'm Scott Pringle.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Marine biologists are investigating what caused the death of a humpback whale that washed up on Sandy Hook Beach yesterday morning.
Researchers at the Jersey Shore-based Marine Mammal Stranding Center said the 30-foot-long humpback was first spotted floating in the ocean just before 8 a.m. Wednesday, and waves pushed it to the beach about 30 minutes later. Now, folks at the nonprofit Stranding Center are planning on trying to figure out what killed the whale and also removing the carcass from Sandy Hook. This is the second dead whale the Stranding Center has reported so far this year. I'm Levon Putney.
Asian markets open lower with early indicators showing a gap down start for India's Gift Nifty, suggesting pressure on global equities as investors react to overnight geopolitical and economic developments. A federal judge has ruled that the Ten Commandments monument on the Arkansas State Capitol grounds violates the First Amendment. U.S. District Judge Christine Baker ordered it removed, but delayed enforcement while the case appealed to the 8th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals. The ruling follows a lawsuit challenging the state law requiring the display. Easter is almost here, and that means it's time for Marshmallow Peeps.
It's time to show the chicks some love, as they always take a backseat to chocolate. Marshmallow Peeps are an Easter tradition, but they don't even crack the top 10 in favorite candy for the Easter basket. And the company says this year they have 3 new flavors to go along with the standard 40, Pop-Tarts Frosted Strawberry, Sunny D, and Chili Lime Mango. Only 28 calories, but nearly 3 tablespoons of sugar per peep. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, final hour, off and rolling. Where are we at? Drummer Girl. 54 degrees, Bethlehem, PA. I was actually on the road before midnight tonight. Now, it looks like they're going to put a data center in about 2 miles from my home 20. Well, at least it's not in a warehouse right behind my house, but man, this thing's popping up everywhere. Hello, 3 fat truckers. Morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive crew, hard at it, back to work. After the Mid-America Truck Show, Steve, it was great sitting and talking with you like always. Have a great Thursday. All right, Dave. Yeah, we heard from Steve, checked in yesterday morning, as a matter of fact. Good to see you guys. Great hour of entertainment there in Louisville. Yeah, on down the line. All right, Crazy Ray chatting with folks. Heidi Ho from the Asphalt Soldier. We're at chilly 48 degrees in Sugar Grove this morning. There's Dirty Harry. Good morning, Gilligan. Just got up 3:30 in the morning. Coffee served. Really confused about the NHA. What the hell? The NHL, brother. What happened? Someone flipped the standings. And the Buffalo Sabres went from the basement to the roof. Could it be the Sabres? Could the Sabres win it before the Bills? The big one. All right, not paying enough attention to what's going on in the hockey world these days, but... And there's Jim. Hello, friend. Happy have a super awesome Thursday. Thank you, Jim. Well, shall we say, are you hanging with us, blind man?
Hey, Steve.
Happy birthday.
Today's my birthday.
Yes.
79. It's been a rough winter for me. I've been having a lot of trouble with my pubic catheter and been in and out of the emergency room about 5 or 6 times. My nephew found a doctor in Columbia that can do the surgery, do the corrective surgery, so I'm looking forward to that. And I will be having a physical exam on Monday, and from there go up to Columbia to the hospital up there and have the corrective surgery, and hopefully I won't have to wear a bag anymore.
Right,
so
that would be a good thing.
Really looking forward to that. I've missed Eskimo Mom and some of the other truckers that I've talked to. I haven't heard from them and wonder if they're doing okay.
Yeah, everybody doing all right. Eskimo Mom's been chiming in. Several folks had said tell you happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm 79. Can you believe that?
Another year older, another year wiser.
And yes, and when I was born, I weighed 1.5 pounds.
Right. Kind of a miracle baby.
Back then, they didn't realize that when they put these premature babies in an incubator for 3 months with pure oxygen, it burned out the retinas. I was lucky enough to knock off my mask, so I had some vision until I took the COVID shot, and my vision went down to a little better than light perception. And I'm wondering if ivermectin could reverse the damage that was caused when I took the jab.
A lot of questions we don't have answers to, right?
Exactly, yeah. But I'm hanging in there, and I'm really looking forward to getting this surgery done, and I'll be able to be more active later in the year. And I just wanted to shout out and say hello and really enjoy the show. I want to thank Horse Feathers. He's also trying to get WCBM in Baltimore to play your show instead of Dumb and Dumber, if you know who I'm talking about.
I got you there, blind man. I got you.
Yeah. But anyway, thank you, Horse Feathers. I hope Sean Casey got the information you sent him, and let me know how that's coming along. And my friend Nick in Baltimore and I are still trying to get WCBM to play your show.
Well, good to hear from you.
We're working on it.
Thank you, blind man. Well, happy birthday to you. Hopefully many more, and keep us up to speed once you get the surgery taken care of. Well, we got Chicken Truck Tommy here on a Thursday. What's going on?
Hey, Steve, what's going on? How you doing?
Doing all right.
Hey, I wanted to add to the Artemis chat you had going on. I don't know what program you watched it on yesterday. I had it on Nat Geo. They were having it because CNN unfortunately had the best coverage, but I refused to watch that channel, so I watched it on Nat Geo. And within 2 seconds of launch, they lost the feed. I guess the rocket knocked it out.
Wow.
So I switched over to Fox News, and they couldn't even keep it in focus on the camera. And I told my wife, I said, we have better camera coverage of the Apollo launch in 1969 than we do now in 2026. They can't even follow it. But that was pretty crazy. No matter what channel you watch, none of them could keep the rocket in focus on the camera.
Wow.
I said it's crazy. 1969 coverage is better than 2026 coverage, but it's kind of funny you mentioned the toilet. I remember I talked to you a couple of months ago, right when they first rolled the thing out. And I asked if anybody knew what the toilet situation was on that thing, and I looked up the interior of it last night because I was curious to see what inside of that thing looked like, and it's a high-tech toilet, but it is private. I hope they get it working because that kind of led me down a rabbit hole. I was like, I wonder what they did on the Apollo missions. I mean, we all saw Apollo 13, the movie, where they showed how they go
right.
Number 1. I read about number 2. Woo, Lord. It sounded like it wasn't very pleasant. They literally had to glue a bag to their rear end and they said the problem was, everything floats in space, including what comes out of you.
Yes.
So they had to stick their hands down there and kind of get it in the bag. And there's another fact that I never knew. Did you know that we left 96 bags of crap on the moon after we left altogether?
I was not aware of that. No.
Neither was I. That was an interesting fact. I would have known that I would have found out that we left 96 bags of crap on the moon. Pretty ransom.
Well, I guess it's frozen solid, right?
Hey, maybe if they go back, it might be worth money to somebody nowadays. Hey,
Oh, no.
I got Neil Armstrong's crap.
Oh, boy.
But that's all I got. You have a good rest of the morning.
All right, good to hear from you, Chicken Truck Tommy. Have the Artemis. Yeah, before wrapping up their first day in flight, the crew of the Artemis II pulled off another feat of NASA in-flight troubleshooting, fixing the broken toilet. It might not rank as NASA's number one triumph or even number two, but the Artemis crew may take more comfort in solving this problem than any other on the mission. Roughly 6 hours into the flight, a period of time during which at least one astronaut had to resort to peeing in a NASA flight-approved bag. It was soon after launch. NASA confirmed there was a problem with the toilet fan on the Orion spacecraft. The issue due to a malfunctioning controller, they say, is a part in the toilet's control system. According to Associate Administrator at a press conference, the particular difficulty for the Artemis II toilet meant while astronauts could still poop in the toilet, they couldn't pee in it. In space toilets, fans aren't just to air the space out. In zero gravity, as Chicken Truck was just saying, the airflow also helps pull waste into the toilet, preventing it from drifting into the cabin. This was a real problem on some of the Apollo and earlier missions, where the spacecraft had no toilets. Astronauts had to use plastic bags taped to their derrieres. A faulty seal could lead to incidents, the kind experienced most infamously on Apollo 10. Yeah, remember that line from the transcript? Give me a napkin quick. There's a turd floating through the air. Wednesday night, mission specialist Christina Koch took on the role of space plumber, removing parts from the toilet, executing a series of steps radioed up from Houston, while controllers on the ground monitored the systems and took remote troubleshooting steps, including turning it on and off. Those fixes apparently worked. Happy to report the toilet is go for use, says Capcom Amy Dill. After the last of Mission Control's remote evaluations, we do recommend letting the system get up to operating speed before donating fluid, and then let it run a bit after donation. Kind of an impressive piece of NASA jargon. Koch responded, cheers all around.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
More on to Vic. What's going on, Vic? Morning.
Well, a lot of interesting conversation there. There's a lot of things that goes on behind the scenes in these glory occupations, like airplane pilots and one thing and another, that I don't think most of the public even realize that happens. But the human body goes on. That's just all there is to it. But real quick, kind of a housekeeping thing here. Whenever you were on YouTube before, I was signed on to YouTube, and after you had that episode, is my what do you call it? Somebody that follows you or signs on or whatever. Did that carry over, or should I have to sign up again to make sure that it shows that I'm following you? Or
you'd probably have to follow again, because everything was totally taken down,
Oh, okay, yeah. And the other thing too was you were talking about there at the shows there. You were talking to somebody there right towards the last about diesels and everything. Actually, Cummins engine put a diesel car into the Indy 500 one time, and there was another individual that worked for Cummins by the name of L.L. Red Block, and he was trying to create a diesel car, just an average car, and the oil industry, gasoline industry, they didn't want anything to do with it because they wanted to sell gasoline. And he had an uphill battle all the way. And he proved that it would work, just for regular passengers and everything, less moving parts, no spark plugs, no ignition coil, magneto or whatever. But then what was, like I say, they pretty well put him out of business. And then when this energy crisis hit back in the 70s, they instead of having all of that knowledge known to us, that's why the United States auto industry then had to start going to Europe, because they had worked on diesel cars. So there's a whole lot of information out there, and they were talking about I think it was a diesel dragster or something that was actually beating some of the gas cars.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
And the other thing too was that Sarah, with Waypoint, it was interesting to watch her body language and everything. And I was thinking about she's pretty well. It looks like pretty well beat everything that goes with all that stuff after people get out of the military. She said she was a combat veteran.
Yes.
Because they hadn't, interesting. So she must have served over in Afghanistan or Iraq or someplace because they hadn't let women enter combat roles. It's been a short while since that, but anyway, she's given a great service, and I don't think maybe a lot of people appreciate how much that is, but there's just that, I don't know what it is when people get out of the military, and especially combat roles, they just kind of look back on it in a different way, and pretty hard really to get them to even talk about it or anything of that nature.
Yep.
I know your son was in combat there, so it's just not something they want to talk about. But with all that said, really what I was calling about was I didn't know this Kristi Noem thing. It came up. But as I understand it, Kristi Noem was trying to get the Defense Department or somebody to arrest all these politicians that weren't allowing their police forces to cooperate. You know, they wouldn't honor the ICE detainers, and you know, they wouldn't let them know when they arrested somebody that had committed the crime, and apparently that rubbed somebody wrong. So I guess they were digging hard to get her onto the stand or a hearing or whatever, and then all of a sudden they came out with all the other things that was going on. So with Corey Lewandowski and all this other type of stuff. So I don't know how much truth there is to that, but it kind of makes sense to me. And basically, I don't know where all these different lawyers and stuff got educated or anything, but the Federal Supremacy Clause was established with Marbury versus Madison. And whenever some people in the South didn't want to agree with that, thought they had states' rights, we fought a war that was the most, had the most fatalities. I forget what it was, but the Civil War, to reestablish that. And at the end of the Civil War, I don't know how many people realize it, but the South, the Confederate states, the states in rebellion, they were all put under martial law. So I don't know exactly why these judges are not basically cracking down on these people, because that whole bit with the sanctuary cities, that came about because Ronald Reagan didn't like it, because the people didn't want to fight the Contra wars, and there were people that were coming across that he thought should stay and fight the Contra wars. And basically, he said, don't give them asylum. And that's when they come up with that 1980 law that established sanctuary cities. So the point of it is, since we are granting asylum to anybody and everybody, there's no need for sanctuary cities the way I read it. But, you know, law is funny. And I could tell you a whole thing with my civil case when HOA sued me for access. But anyway, when I was the whole trial and everything else really wasn't. It was pretty aggravating, really. And they told me to go home and get them all the different stuff. It's supposed to be a 2-day trial, and the judge said, "Well, we really need." I said, "No," because I had all the different regulations that involved that. And he said, "Well, I get all that, but you get that for me." So I did put it in writing and everything else. And the other attorney, he filed a motion to strike, which is the same as in a civil case as what Pappy is talking about in a criminal case, motion to suppress. And so the judge granted it. It's like, but you told me to do this, you know. I'm not trying to try the case after you said you needed it to study it. So anyway, when you were talking last night about all this stuff Indiana was going to do, if they do, it'll greatly surprise me. I'll just put it like that.
As far as the CDLs, the non-domicile, yeah, they were all supposed to have been canceled at midnight there. Wednesday night into Thursday morning, or Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, rather, in the state of Indiana. I have to see if I can get an update on that.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the United States will not permit Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
The president said Iran's capabilities have been significantly weakened and reiterated that the conflict could wind down within 2 to 3 weeks. President Trump also congratulated NASA on a successful launch of the Artemis II lunar mission, calling the Florida liftoff quite something as the spacecraft commences its 10-day flight around the moon and back.
They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts.
He went on to say that rising gas prices are the result of actions by Iran, blaming recent attacks on commercial oil tankers, and assures the effects will ease once the conflict comes to an end. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I guess we all learned a new word. Yeah, at least I did. You ever heard, what the hell is bimbofication? Bimbofication. Thanks to Kirsty Nome, well, I guess her husband, actually. We now know. Former Homeland Security Secretary Kirsty Nome speaking out over the allegations against her husband, Brian, as to being a cross-dresser who takes selfies wearing oversized or gigantic fake breasts. Kirsty's camp responded to the salacious story published last week by the Daily Mail, telling the New York Post she's devastated, she was blindsided. The statement said, Miss Nome is devastated. The family blindsided by this, asking for privacy and prayers. Yeah, but according to the Daily Mail, Brian snapped photos of himself wearing these oversized fake boobs as he was chatting with adult performers from Bimbofication, some sort of a fetish site about their gigantic fake breasts, augmented. That report claimed that Kirsty's husband of over 33 years had told people he wanted huge, ridiculous boobs. Okay. Other photos allegedly published show him wearing women's clothing as well. Kirsty and Brian got married all the way back in 1992. They have 3 adult children. They actually have grandparents, or they are grandparents. Long story short, the message would have to be, anything you're doing, anything you post, anything you say, even if you think it's in the most secret locations of the interweb, the internet, there is nothing secret out there. Anything and everything, I don't care how far back it goes. I don't care if you delete it. That deleted on your computer, it's still buried out there. It's still hovering. Somewhere out there in the cloud, wherever it might be. Okay, so, sad scenario there, but I don't know, 33 years of marriage, though. What's going on, Buster?
Well, growing up, I was called Jimbo. Walking on that one, Steve, well, that's a shame. I mean, she's so foxy. She's one of the most beautiful women that Trump's got in the administration. That's a tough deal. Yeah, I'm glad I don't do Facebook stuff. I'm not one to be that way. I like to just be one-on-one or group texting, but that's not a reason why I'm who I am, what I am. But wow, Steve, woke up this morning about 3:30 and finished up with our NASCAR talk, and there was Pappy, and I didn't get to see the launch. I was out there delivering boxes, and I just talked to clients, and my country music station said there were no problems. We lifted off. I was concerned all day, like everyone else who has Apollo blood, and just held our breath. That I'm so tickled to death that this is really good. Listen, what's this thing about Pappy on the helium rocks? Is that what you say?
It's called helium-3. It's a very rare element. There's a very small, limited quantity here on Earth, but much more on the moon. All the assumptions are that's what everybody's racing to get. Helium-3. Whoever can dominate with helium, if you can bring it back, it would pretty much, they say, it would change energy production forever. Helium-3 could, I guess, generate power for the planet for 100 years or something like that. But they have to get it back here.
Now, Vic, priceless. Listen, tell Ryan, please. This is, from what I heard, I just heard very beginning of your show this evening because I was tired and I zonked out. But I really believe this is a show we needed Mark for archives to have on when you're on vacation or something. It's Ryan is a top-notch dude. And horse feathers, thank you. I did remember before Blind Man came on. I remember what he said last week. Sure enough, I called in, and here's Blind Man and next caller. But happy birthday, Blind Man. Ryan, also, horse feathers, get the Blind Man the email address for Ryan because he knows his stuff. We had a conversation last Saturday about my buddy in Iowa near Fort Dodge and Omaha, and he knew all about that station that used to be 590 on AM.
Yeah.
Listen, this guy's knowledgeable, and he can really help out our people. Let me see, with anything else, Steve, we've every center at UPS has been allocated so many drivers who can take the the $150,000 buyout, and they reduced the number for feeders, and I think they want more package car drivers to take it than they want feeders. But it's all said and done now. They just got to go through everybody's requests and see who gets it, who doesn't get it. In K-Town, we go into the new building, or renovated new building with AI, June 29th. Great show. Got to talk to Lisa, and I was going to invite you guys up to D.C. for 4th of July, but she's going to have a hard time getting on the Lancaster with her motion, and I feel for you to go to the Lancaster. But Horse Feathers, you rock. You're a good man for the program. And I'll be ready to donate my money to make a wish when it comes around on the listening to the show. Steve, I love you, man. Good to see you last week.
All right, good to see you. Thanks, Buster. Yeah, word came down. Yeah, I guess that was also something that came down over the weekend while we were there in Louisville. UPS notified the Teamsters Union that they are going to withdraw that $150,000 buyout program for parcel and line haul drivers in 13 states in response to strong protest from local union chiefs, kind of complicating their effort to eliminate 30,000 jobs as they downsized the network. The Teamsters represented about 340,000 drivers and package handlers, contends the voluntary separation agreement violates the national contract from 2023 because they undermine employment security guarantees and represent direct dealing by management with workers over changes to contract terms. Federal judge back in February denied a request to block UPS from implementing this driver choice program, but they've decided to pull the buyout in 13 states after 37 local unions in the central region filed grievances through an approved process in the contract demanding to be excluded from the program. The central region stretches from Nebraska to Ohio, home to more than 68,000 UPS employees. Not clear how many in that group are drivers, but warehouse workers, they tell us, make up the majority. The central region is governed by a supplemental rider to the national master agreement. The Teamsters claim the regional supplement restricts UPS from directly offering incentive programs that are not voted on and approved by employees and the union. Under the driver choice program, though, UPS is offering that lump sum payout, $150,000, regardless of seniority, in exchange for resignation and committing never to work for the company again. There were about 105,000 drivers eligible for the plan, but that number will now be less since the offer's being pulled from the central region. UPS, they had offered an incentive last fall to encourage driver departures, far less lucrative, and it was based on tenure. Only 3,000 drivers actually accepted that deal. But the local unions in the central region raising strong opposition to the driver choice program. They demanded UPS not offer the driver choice program. We do not agree with the union's position. We believe the driver's choice program complies with our contract, and it's been well received by our U.S. drivers around the country, they say. The company has not directly communicated with workers about dropping the buyout program in the central region, but they're expected to do so soon. Of course, this was several days ago. They may have done that by now. I'm not sure. Employees who previously applied for voluntary separation they'll be told they're no longer eligible for it. They began informing package van and tractor trailer drivers in late February about the driver choice, expected to finalize those separation agreements by late this month, here in the month of April. So everything kind of fluid, in motion. Meanwhile, else in the news, Truckers Against Trafficking regularly holding what they call coalition builds to establish sustainable working relationship between the public and the private entities. Since 2012, Truckers Against Trafficking said they've conducted more than 100 of these events in 43 states and 5 provinces. This past Tuesday, Truckers Against Trafficking held their most recent coalition build in Blue Springs, Missouri. The Missouri Attorney General, the Missouri's Department of Transportation, and the Missouri Trucking Association sponsored this informational session. Truckers Against Trafficking said these events result in the development and implementation of locally tailored strategies to close some of the loopholes for the traffickers out there. The purpose is to provide a space for our industry partners, bring them together with law enforcement and government agencies discussing the issue of human trafficking. We want them to walk away with strategies, actionable strategies they can take to their companies and their organizations to help combat human trafficking. The Chief of Safety and Operations at the Missouri DOT, Director of Anti-Trafficking Operations, among the state agency representatives that were there, Kansas City, Missouri, one of the 16 host cities across the U.S., Mexico, and Canada for this year's FIFA World Cup. Jason Sims, Director of Transportation for KC 2026, said the Kansas City metro area is expecting some 650,000 visitors. The city developing a separate transit system to accommodate all those. Anytime you have a major sporting event or event that draws large crowds like this, there's an increase in demand for commercial sex, he says. We want to talk about how that event can bring an increase in demand for buyers. So, in other words, there's going to be these traffickers, apparently, I guess any of the major metro areas participating in the World Cup. They anticipate the traffickers trying to bring in these forced sex workers, forced to work in the sex trade. Well, the anonymous hippopotamus.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor, and good call to Buster there. So I guess we'll have to start getting the donation page thing thrown up there in a few other spots. If you go to my Facebook page, I have it pinned right at the top, but I guess we'll have to get it scattered around through the World Wide Web and internet and and all those other places. Speaking of that, I don't know if I ever had to, for Vic there, to when YouTube came back around, if I had to do anything, because the notifications started coming back when the show started playing again. So I don't know if I had to like and subscribe. And of course, as one of your three fat truckers, one of your 3 fat truckers that you had on the show there says they got like 5 million people that are viewing all the time, but they got 2,000 people that have liked and subscribed. So take your mouse and click the like, click the subscribe. That's where the numbers help people, is the like and the subscribe. So don't just go out there and just keep swiping left or swiping up or down or whatever. Stop for a second, like and subscribe. And even Cue Ball will tell you that there. So anyways, that's what you got to do, like and subscribe. So we got the great Kit Kat caper going on here. Do you think one of our listeners might have switched from Reese Cups to Kit Kats?
Gilligan, the guilty party.
Just saying, Your Honor. I don't know if the opportunity arises. Do you think he could switch from Reese Cups to Kit Kats? Maybe Pappy needs to do an investigation on that. I don't know. He's maybe he can figure that out. He seemed pretty good on talking about the projectiles there and knowing all about the 30-06 and everything. So I think if there's somebody to do that, that might be. Anyways, there. And happy birthday to the blind man. Yeah, that was I guess a week ago or so. He told me that was coming up. And I don't know what else. We had something else there. Hey, the moon. What's this cover-up deal? This whole shenanigans talking about. When I went to school, looking at the periodic table, I really don't remember seeing helium-3 on the periodic table, Your Honor. Is it there?
It's been a few years since I've been in. I had to memorize the periodic table.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, though, because, like hydrogen is there in the beginning and oxygen's there, and the regular helium somewhere, I think in the top number 10 there, numbers and that, but I don't ever remember seeing helium-3. So is this a real thing, or is it the fact that everybody against the cattle industry, now maybe the two-time world champion bull hauler can get in on this. We have a whole group of people out there against the cattle industry for both the beef and the dairy, and they're trying to make it all go away because cows eat, and they have a release of gas, and it's bad for the world, and we have to get rid of cows. And do you think that they're going up there to bring cheese back from the moon, Your Honor? Because we're not going to have any cheese down here.
Yeah, boy.
Because the moon is made of cheese, right?
Yeah,
I mean, everybody knows that's a stated fact that the moon is made of cheese. And I can actually, in Washington, D.C., the clouds have broken. We can actually see the moon at 64 degrees, and the roads are wet, but we can see the moon now. Let me guess. It's a well-known fact that the moon is made of cheese, and, they're going to go up there. They're mining for cheese, Your Honor, because the dairy industry is going away, and they're going to have to bring that back to make all our dairy products. And so I think...
boy, I can't wait to see what you've got for our Casual Friday. Helium-3, known as 3He or He-3, the rare stable isotope of helium found in the same spot as standard helium-4 on the periodic table, they say. It's distinguished by having 2 protons and only 1 neutron, making it lighter, less abundant, and a fermion, unlike common helium. It's not listed as a separate element on the table, but it is recognized as a specific, highly valuable isotope.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Oh, and by the way, if you need help with your tax preparation, Dean Michael, the tax doctor, they do have a tax filing division, separate from the people like that have issues, way behind, haven't filed in a few years. I mean, we're into the month of April now. If you need an organization that knows the ins and outs of filing taxes specific to the trucking community, they have their whole trucking division there. They know what you can and cannot write off, things of that nature. Feel free to give them a call. Don't wait till April 15th. Apparently every year everybody waits till like the 14th and says, "Hey, Dean, can you file me an extension?" And they are swamped in those especially days leading up to the 15th. All right. Lastly, this Thursday morning, obviously the tension between Donald Trump and NATO for right reasons. Kind of pissed off at NATO for not doing their part when it comes to the Iran conflict. The NATO Secretary General is now apparently set to visit D.C. next week to meet directly with President Trump. According to a White House official and people familiar with the plans, the visit, they say, had been scheduled in advance, according to NATO. But now all this renewed debate inside the administration over whether the U.S. is even going to remain in the nearly 80-year-old military alliance. Discussions have intensified with these disagreements with European allies over their response to the escalating tensions with Iran. President, of course, growing increasingly frustrated with NATO members declining to join these actions, resisting more aggressive measures, proposals related to securing or reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Be interesting to see how those discussions go next week. With that, though, how about it? We close out our Thirsty Thursday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Come on back at the midnight hour Eastern. We'll roll into the Friday edition, or better yet, the Good Friday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.